The condition of the sheets and the mattress indicate that someone else was in the bed with Amanda just before she died. That's A.
What's B?
B is I'm supposed to tell you you're breaking in a new partner in on this.
Partner again?
Yeah, some cat he's on loan from dope. Real burnout, on the ragged edge.
Oh, perfect. Gun!
Raj, meet your new partner.
I'm too old for this shit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Geeks podcast.
Episode
13. Gentlemen, I am Costello, also known as Sergeant Riggs. My partner in crime,
Sergeant Murtaugh.
Leo Getz.
and whatever you need.
Leo Getz.
Welcome, guys.
Everybody,
welcome.
Welcome, but while you're
joining us.
rolling in, please do hit that like and subscribe while you're rolling through. We really do appreciate it. We got a packed house tonight, and
Let's see who's in the chat tonight.
We got a packed house tonight. So
All right,
we got
Qatar.
a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about tonight. We got a lot of topics to discuss. I'm gonna be here pretty much through the whole thing now because we got some stuff we got to get off our chest and some things that need to be said here before this is our year end. This is our last show before next year, so we're gonna close out with a bang tonight.
It's going to be a big one, guys. So stay tuned. Make sure you stick around right till the end because we got a lot of stuff we got to cover tonight. First off, let's talk about our giveaway, Phil. Let's bring that up, and there we go. The Lethal Geeks Christmas giveaway, guys. So you guys know what we're doing on all of our social media accounts, our Instagram, our Twitter, our YouTube page. We have a post up there. That post looks something like this right here. There you go. Pull it up, Phil. Perfect. So what we need you guys to do, if you don't know, we need you to subscribe to our page, whether that be our Twitter page, our YouTube page, or our Instagram page. You subscribe and you like that photo. That photo should be pinned at the very top of the pages, guys. And let's go over real quick what you can win. This is your chance to take home a Nightmare McFarlane Batman figure and 80 years of Action Comics Superman and 80 years of Detective Comics Batman. There you go. Phil's got it up right now, guys. So you guys have the opportunity to take that home. All you have to do is get on our social media pages, hit that like button on the photo, hit subscribe to our page, and just like that, you'll be entered to win, guys. Very simple. You guys do that on all three platforms, and you guys will have 3 times the chance to win this prize.
Awesome, guys. Thank you very much, Leo Getz. Let's see who else is in the chat. Who is down here?
Curly
Ray.
Ray. Nice to see you, Curly.
Shout out to Curly Ray. By the way, if all of you out there who are Rebel Moon fans and also Zack Snyder fans, go and subscribe to Curly Ray. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon, baby.
Time flies, doesn't it?
I can't believe it's already been a year. Wow.
I know, man. What else we got here? Chris
Brown. How's it going? How's it going, Breezy?
hey, what up, Guitar? Futuretron.
Nice to see you guys.
Robin.
Josh Herrera. What's going on, Josh? Thank you for joining us once again.
You know what? I love doing it. I love it. you know I do. All right. Josh.
Give it to him.
Merry Christmas, buddy. I love you.
We live in a society where honor is a distant memory. By the way, who do you think screamed the loudest?
The girl?
Or the boy?
Awesome.
We're gonna get you cast as Robin.
Oh, that's happening. He's definitely gonna get cast as Robin.
Who else we got here? Mama Bear.
Mama Bear.
Where'd it go? Oh, you got it, Charles?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, you got.
All right, we got Gilmore
Close.
Girls fan. Hello,
Gilmore.
thank you so much for joining us. All right, I think that's everybody. Got Chris at the bottom there. Yep, we are good to go.
Oh, I saw Aaron Fisher was in the chat. He did say hi.
Yep.
Yes, Aaron is in the Fisher. Thank you so much for stopping by, Aaron. We appreciate
There
it.
he is.
Thanks, YouTube. Happy holidays. I'm glad you're home.
And we hope you're getting better and recovering, brother. Prayers and thoughts are with you right now.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. If any of you guys, please go. If you're not subscribed to Aaron's channel, go and visit Aaron Fisher, My Reviews. He's a straight shooter. Says it the way it is. That's why we love him. Shout out to you, brother. Alrighty. So we are, before we bring in our guests, we want to remind people, because we have some new folks in the listening, and we want to explain the rules of the platform, because we extended an invitation to a lot of people to come and hear us out, because we've said this many times that this is a safe space. Yes, we're going to roast Gunn tonight. So no question about it.
As to be expected.
As to be expected. All right. But that doesn't mean
if you are a Gunn fan, if you're listening in, if you're watching this, if you're lurking, whatever it is, we don't care. If you want to come in, you can come in. Yes, we are going to roast Gunn, but it will not be without merit. There is going to be an explanation as to why we are going to say the things we're going to say. And it's important that you hear them clearly, without the rose-colored glasses on, without poking your fingers in your ears. You need to understand why we feel the way we feel about Zack Snyder's universe and why we want it to continue. Because I think that you are proceeding from a whole bunch of assumptions based on what you've been getting from other people, based on what those other people have been getting from other people. So in other words, you're jumping on the bandwagon just because it's Zack Snyder, I think. And you need to hear the actual truth about everything that's going on and why we feel the way we feel about Snyderverse. So if you want to come on in, lend an ear and hear us out.
Perfectly said, Charles.
And people in the chat, obviously you want to comment in the chat, absolutely. But again, keep it respectful. All right, because we want to bring people into our little circle, because we want to hear your points of views. And we're going to be reaching out to a lot of you YouTube content creators that are Gunn supporters, because we want to have a conversation. We don't want to we don't want to be fighting. We don't want to be arguing.
And not only that, but the conversation needs to happen. We're at a point now where this conversation, we need to bridge this fandom together. And the only way we're gonna be able to do that is by having these kinds of conversations. So it's long overdue. And I'm glad to see that, we are going to be speaking to these other entities, these other accounts out there, these other people who don't agree with us, because this isn't it's not about agreeing. It's about coming together. That's what this is about.
Mm-hmm. And as tradition, if anybody comes in and disrespects either us or our coming guest right now, or even people in the chat,
Diplomatic community.
It's just been revoked.
and we're going to have fun as well.
Honestly, I would have already shot him. I wouldn't have told him to drop shit.
Okay, so moving on. We got more people in the chat coming in. Ooh, a lot of people. Demi Ray.
Nice to see you, Demi.
Hey,
All right.
Demi.
Sin Havoc, of course.
Kenneth Gardner.
Kenneth Gardner, yeah.
There you
Hey,
go.
Kenneth.
TJ.
Alrighty. So let's bring in our guest. This man is a YouTuber just like us. And he is a nerd and a geek just like us. And he also reads comic books just like us. And his name is Jared from Comic Leagues.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Jared.
Welcome, Jared. Thank you for joining us tonight, my friend.
Anytime. Thanks for the invite.
You're very welcome, dude. It is an honor to have you on the show, and we can't wait to deep dive into that brain of yours, buddy, because we love some of that content that you put out there. So we're really looking forward to this.
I try.
Awesome. All right, Phil.
Jared.
Let's get started, bro.
All right. So, Jared, first question. Where did it all begin? How did it all begin? Why did it all begin?
That's a long story.
And do you still want it to continue? No, it's good.
All right.
How did you we always ask this to every guest. Like, how did you start?
What was your first comic book, bro?
comic-
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
That's a lot. So it started so I've always kind of been like a superhero fan. It's like I watched all the movies at first. I was a movies only guy growing up. I was like, my dad showed me the Christopher Reeve movie and the Michael Keaton Batman movie. I was always more of a Batman fan. That will be important later in the story. So I remember I saw my first episode of Justice League Unlimited. It was the episode where Amazo is returning, and you see like every league like hero is there.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I knew that there were other superheroes besides Batman, Superman. I'm like, who the hell are you? And it's like, so there was that. Then 2013, I was taking a comic book drawing class. I still can't draw, but so all that. But I picked up, because this was around the time the new 52 reboot had happened. So I was like, okay, I don't have to read anything beforehand. Pick up anything. I picked up the volume of Justice League Trinity War, which fan freaking tastic. That entire run of new 52 Justice League was dope. Then I find out they made a smart decision and paired Superman with Wonder Woman. That's also going to be very important later on. But so there was that. And then honestly, when DC went from the new 52 to Rebirth, they made a very interesting marketing decision. Stop me if this sounds familiar. Okay, so you liked this version of DC? Screw you. You're not a real fan. So immediately I was like, sayonara. So I was out for, I'd say, 4 years. Yeah, 4 years. I was out of comics. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not going to deal with this. Then it was 2020 happens. And I remember it was in May of 2020. I think we all know the day I'm talking about. So I'm getting out of the dentist's office. I'm checking my phone on Facebook. Then all of a sudden I see like a black and white poster of Wonder Woman and it says Zack Snyder's Justice League, HBO Max. And I'm like, wait, what? I legit said, how long was I in that dentist chair for?
Am I still in anesthesia? Am I seeing? Is this real? Am I feeling something?
Yeah, exactly. And previous to this, I had wanted to do a podcast for like a long time. I just couldn't know what could I talk about. So I DM'd a buddy of mine, and we were talking, and we just talked to her FaceTime about like the Snyder Cut being announced, and I was like, God damn, let's just do it this way. So I was like, so that's when Comics League started as like an audio only podcast thing. I didn't do YouTube until much later. And the YouTube thing didn't really get a lot of traction until I started collabing with people. That's when like everything like hicked up. But even beyond that, so the way, so after the Snyder Cut happened, well, it was announced, that's when I started looking at comic books again. And at that point, I was like, okay, I love this stuff. So I rewatched Man of Steel. And then all of a sudden I was like, now I know why people like Superman so much. And it switched where Superman is now my favorite superhero. It goes Superman, Wonder Woman, and then Batman.
So was it Man of Steel that did that for you?
Yeah. Because here's the thing. Here, I had the traditional Superman is like a joke, like attitude, but when you look at like Man of Steel, it like succinctly breaks down to his core. Here's who Superman is. So I was like, oh God, I get it now. So this is why this character is so important to DC. So I was like, okay, now I understand this. And then obviously it didn't hurt that Wonder Woman had such a badass intro in BVS. Yeah. I swear when she came, I knew it was I still say that scene when she comes down would have hit harder had Wonder Woman not been in the trailers. If we didn't know Wonder Woman was in this movie, when they were walking off the plane, they go, Miss Prince, we would have gone. What? But it was still good. And obviously with BVS, the dope warehouse scene that was basically an Arkham game. I was
still
like,
the greatest fight scene ever. They have yet. There's so much that they have to top. Seriously, I mean the warehouse scene.
You know
all
what's
of
funny?
it. It's
everybody
insane.
keeps saying Zach was ahead of his time, and you're damn right he was.
But what I've noticed with a lot of people is that they all, anybody who watches his films now, like almost 99% of the time when I talk to somebody, I say, hey, watch Man of Steel, watch BVS, watch NSJL, and they absolutely love him. And it really does go to show how his films aged like fine wine.
Exactly.
They truly did. They just got better and better with time.
So for the Snyder cut, I remember my buddy and mine we're sitting down to watch the movie, which, by the way, I had to endure a 3-hour lecture in school before I could watch the movie. So I was like, come on, end this damn thing. Stop talking, professor. So we sit down, and the one thought that goes to my mind is, I knew it wouldn't, but I'm like, please, for the love of God, don't suck. Because if we waited for 4 years and this movie's bad, that would kind of be sad. So I was on board within like 5 seconds. And then it got to the point. What got me on there is the scene when Steppenwolf brings the axe down. It just hits Superman's shoulder. He goes, I'm not impressed, bro. And he just beats the crap out of Steppenwolf. I was like, yeah, I definitely like the guy in the black suit. I'm definitely fine with him. It was not even close. And then like everyone is like ping-ponging him back and forth. So then from there, early on when I did YouTube, I detected, because one of the things they tell you to do is identify like your niche or like what content does well, and then like double down on that. And I detected 2 things. There were 2 themes that did fantastically for me. Snyderverse stuff. I think that's pretty obvious. And anything relating to Superman being with Wonder Woman instead of Lois. So I was like, okay, the people demanded it. So I did that. And so I started the entire show called Super Wonder Legacy, where basically, yes, it is awesome, Tevia, where basically my co-host and I go through, it's not even like, there are episodes where we straight up just go through the history of Superman and Wonder Woman from Golden Age to Modern Age to prove that we read the comics. Because this is what I've learned. I'd say about 85 to 90% of people that critique Zach's movies and bring up like panels are bringing them up out of context and don't read the books. Yeah. Because it's like, I put it this way, I've done content on my channel. I have more planned on all the comic book accuracies of Snyder. Because Batman kills. Every movie Batman has killed.
Every single.
I don't understand where
indirectly, directly or indirectly, he has killed.
Yeah.
Keaton put a hand grenade in someone's pants. Excuse me.
Christian Bale killed Harvey Dent. Like, nobody made a big deal of that.
Save you, but I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you. You're still killing him, a-hole.
Yep.
I'm like, well, what are you talking? And like Superman killing Zod, he's done that all the time in the comics, and he didn't have like a way out of it. The amount of times I've had to, because I go on French channels that are anti-Snyder, and the amount of times I've heard the same old damn arguments over and over and over. It's gotten to the point where I'm like, 3, 2, 1. Okay, here's where you're wrong. So
he's got it all memorized and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly.
I love it.
No, seriously. And that's also why I have the shelf behind me, because the amount of times that I've been accused on Twitter of not reading the comics, it's gotten to the point where all I'll do,
tell me about it.
Just send one picture. I'll send a picture of my shelf and go try again.
And they never respond. They never respond after that. That's the best part.
Or they'll say,
they respond, but they'll keep saying whatever. And when you say, hey,
they'll say you should read those. I'm like, okay, which one? Please do. I love all these books. I'd love to reread them. But it's just like, that's what really annoys me, because I encounter this because the Superman fandom and the Lois fandom, they're like sharks around a bleeding corpse. Like that, the Superman fandom is like a pack of rabid dogs. Like if you disagree with them, let me put it to you this way. I'm going to summarize this perfectly. So one of my friends runs the Superman Wonder Woman fan Instagram account. It's like a huge account of stuff. She gets hate DMs all the time. One of them involves someone calling word.
Sorry, you cut out there. I couldn't hear what you said there, Jared.
So my friend runs the Superman and Wonder Woman Instagram account, and she gets hate DMs all the time, and one of which involves the N-word and death threats and stuff, and we're like,
whoa,
yeah, legit. And I'm like, I have, as a drop on my show, the Ben Affleck, these are fictional characters drop, because the amount of times I have to use that, people, I'm like, look, at this point, a certain corner of the DC fan base has become a cult. That's what it is.
And it's funny because they try to project that onto other corners of the DC fandom, and they try to label those other corners like cult followings, when literally that's what they're doing, is they're projecting themselves. It is, I know exactly what you're referring to, Jared, and it's sad to see, man.
Well, but particularly, I got a lot of hate when I published a video talking about how in my opinion, Lois Lane is worthless. The amount of people that like blasted me. The number one, my first interaction on Twitter, someone retweeted and said, "Go F yourself," and I'm like, okay, fine, but all right, I'm just gonna go hang out now. But at this point, I just ignore those people, because ultimately they are the minority. Because I've encountered the amount of nice people and positivity I've encountered since starting this channel far outweighs any of the hate or toxic people I found. I've encountered anti-Snyder people that are just so happy, and they're that are like the nicest people, and they're just like, hey, I just don't like his movies. I'm like, hey, fair enough. You're allowed to not like that.
And that's the point that we're trying to make to people. You don't have, if you don't like the movies, that's fine. It's not your cup of tea, but be at least open-minded to at least looking at it, and then, all right, let's talk about it. Let's break it down, because maybe there are things that James Gunn, I'll use him as an example, that I don't like, but there are other things that I do like. So we can compare notes and try to find common ground.
But it's more than that. It's you have to, okay. You can't just be biased to one form of storytelling. If you like storytelling, you like storytelling. Yeah, you know that other types of characters, their stories can be written and open for interpretation. So you can't call yourself a fan of storytelling and writing and all of this stuff when you take a character and just because of their core beliefs, you think that they can't be touched by the outside world. Yeah. That doesn't make sense. Exactly. Okay, because you are not expanding on, you are not testing those core elements of the characters. Okay, you gave him all of this stuff. Cool. You gave him hope. You gave him optimism. But how did he get there? I'm more interested in how he got there. The journey. I want to know about the journey. The thing. Exactly.
I always say on my channel, they have to consider the general audience, because the general audience nowadays is not going to go like, oh, because no, he has to automatically start off that way. No, he doesn't. You have to see that journey of him, because use me as an example. I thought Superman was like a dweeb, honestly. Man of Steel broke it down. I was like, okay, now I get it now. Now I like, because when you think about Man of Steel, when combined with BVS, the Earth like calls him a threat, constantly I always say my favorite part of BVS is not even a fight scene. It's the scene when all the commentators are talking about Superman, talking about he could be a threat, he could be a devil. Yeah. He's just saving people. That's what he's here for. It doesn't matter what you say to him, what you do to him. Yes, he has all the powers in the world. He is in all
BVS. BVS was the perfect film because it forced you. Zack Snyder forces you to look at yourself as a human being and make you answer those questions about people that you see every single day. How would you treat them? Would you treat them any different than you treat, say, your brother or your wife? How would you treat these people? What would you do? What would you say? So he basically flipped it. He is and I was telling the guys backstage before you came on, he is the only director to ask that question, what if? Everybody else tied up their stories in one neat little bow. I was saying that how Richard Donner's Superman, destruction of Krypton, they sent him flying through space. He grows up. He's at the Daily Planet. He meets Lois, falls in love, and then she dies. He reverses the Earth. She's back alive again. Hope and optimism. The end. They did all of that in one movie. Zack Snyder didn't want to do that. He wanted to tell that story long form. He wanted to tell it in the saga. Now, imagine
5 movies.
Yeah.
Imagine if George Lucas just made the Skywalker saga in 2 hours and 30 minutes.
In one movie. If it was just the first episode.
Instead of Luke's journey and Anakin. Luke's journey was 3 movies toward the end, because those were that was 4, 5, and 6. But Anakin's story was also 3 movies. And if you want to say it was all 6 of them. But now imagine if you're trying to tell Anakin's story in 2 hours and 20
just
minutes.
One movie. It doesn't work. You can't do it. You need the character development.
Plus, here's the part that blew my mind. BVS. I love BVS. I loved it more after watching the Snyder cut and Man of Steel because it recontextualizes everything else. When John Kent says, "Fly, son, it's time," all of a sudden, when you harken back to that moment in Man of Steel, you're like, oh my God, why am I crying?
BVS, did you see that one in theaters, Jared, or did you?
Yes, I saw all of the DCEU films in theaters.
So I want to know your thoughts, theatrical versus Ultimate Edition.
Ultimate Edition all the way, because they leave out the fact that here's the problem with the Ultimate Edition. They make it like Superman's an idiot and couldn't see a bomb in a wheelchair. In the Ultimate Edition, they explain it. That's one thing. Don't take that out. I could see some of the stuff being taken out, but the bomb in the wheelchair.
What they showed. This is what they showed. They showed you that man was emotional like the rest of us, bro. Yeah. If you're not focused on what he was focused on people hating him so much that he couldn't see it. Just like you said, I wasn't looking. I'm too busy worried about why people hate me so much.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he was focused on, and that's why he didn't catch it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So I just wanna acknowledge people in the chat. So just bear with me here a second. So Jared here, the hate and cynicism for Zack Snyder gets is unfair and negative. He's a great director and a brilliant artist, and his movies, especially his DC films, are huge graphic novels coming to life.
They look like it.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
And we're going to get into that. We're going to get into that. We're going to talk about that later, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Kobe here says, I used to hate BVS, but now it's one of my favorite movies of all times. And who else? I don't think BVS is my favorite movie, but I will give it credit. The Ultimate Edition makes the movie make sense. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I want to say something else. Tevya,
go ahead.
What they did, look, before they pulled that movie from theater, and keep in mind that WB pulled it early from theaters because 2 or 3 bloggers, a handful of them at the most, trashed the movie. So they listened to those few bloggers, handful of bloggers. They pulled the movie early in the theater. That was up to $878 million before inflation. Had they left it there for 2 more weeks, even 3, it would have crossed $1 billion
Easily.
would have had their
Easily.
numbers.
Yeah, actually,
And in China.
adjusting for inflation, it did.
Yes.
It did.
Yes.
Exactly.
And that's just theatrical, not even physical.
That's just
media.
theatrical. Yeah, I know,
That's theatrical.
exactly. That's
All right.
hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
We gotta give some love to the chat as well. So
All right.
let's throw him a drop. Let's throw him a drop.
All right.
Throw.
You're gonna have to take it, Alfred.
Ah, right. Commencing drone mode. Thermal imaging is showing me 24 hostiles on the 3rd floor. Why don't I drop you off on the 2nd?
God damn, when he goes through that
Thermal
window, I'm like,
imaging
that is badass.
Third floor.
Nessa
Why
Noel,
don't I
shout
drop
out
you
to
off
you.
on
It's
the
been a
2nd?
while since you've been here, so I just want to acknowledge you, show you some love, and happy holidays, and thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thanks for
Dude,
being here,
I
Nessa.
swear, I was anti Ben Affleck playing Batman until I heard the voice. I was like,
I was.
because here's the thing. It's like
We love you, Ben. We love you.
Yeah,
course
please
we
go
do,
back. But it was like,
He shut me down quick when we went to the theater to see that. Even
Oh,
though
yeah.
I was just like,
the moment, the part that really convinced me.
that's out of the comic book right there. He's
Yeah,
ripped straight from the comics, dude. I was like, damn.
The moment that got me was like when like he opens the little tube and you see the bat suit and it just zooms on his face and he just has that dark expression on his face. I'm like, that is Bruce Wayne right there. That is Batman. That's what Zach. He literally cast people that look exactly like the comic book character.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I was having a conversation like that with my wife before. I was like, he cast people, even their little kids look like them when they're older. His Batman even
He
had the
looks
mole.
like Wonder
His-
Woman.
Yeah, his Bruce Wayne had the mole. The kid had
Yes.
the mole in the same exact spot. Ben Affleck's actually got it.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Ben is literally Batman ripped from the pages of the comics.
from the
And not
pages of
only
the
that, he is the best interpretation, I think, of a animated series Kevin Conroy Batman come to life. I truly believe that. And I think Kevin Conroy believed that as well, because I remember there was an interview before he passed away where he said that Ben Affleck was his favorite movie Batman.
Because Batman got that, because Batfleck got the balance. It was like, essentially because you've always had like, who's a better Bruce Wayne? Who's a better Batman? No, Affleck is like right there in the middle. He literally is both.
He understands how to play both characters. And that's something that a lot of the other actors who played Batman, either they chose not to do or for creative reasons they didn't do it. Like, for example, when you take a look at the most recent Batman, Robert Pattinson, he's all Batman. There's no Bruce Wayne to him. Right?
Which I get because it's like in the beginning of his career, and I understand that that's an interpretation. But we also had Christian Bale, who was in the start of his career, and he was fine. He was like,
and he was a good Bruce Wayne.
Good.
I just had issues with him as Batman.
Where's the trigger? Where's Harvey? Yeah, I stopped taking him seriously. It was good in movie 1. Movie 2 and 3, it got grating as hell.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell is this?
And that's why I actually love what they did with Ben Affleck's voice, how they gave him that robotic microphone thing in his cowl. That is amazing. Like, the fact that they thought to do that was phenomenal.
The first time we see Batman, how they build up to it, you see a battering on the wall. The cop swings over. He's just hanging on the wall like a freaking bat. I'm like, oh, God, that's
ripped
terrifying.
out of the comic book.
Yeah.
Ripped out of the comic book. You don't see Christian Bale's Batman do that.
No.
You don't even see Michael Keaton's Batman ever do that. Like, that is something and that's what I mean. Zack Snyder has that.
That's a man who understands comics, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Bringing that graphic novel right to the screen.
Or it's like in the warehouse scene where he's like surrounded by like 3 guys. He's like blocking guys behind him, and I'm like,
wait, the style of his fighting is exactly
it's more
like
fluid.
That. It's exactly like
that's the way Batman would fight. Or it's like with
Yeah.
Wonder Woman when she comes in and first off you hear that theme, and I was like, oh my God, that's a great theme. But then she just charges in with the scream. She's like, ah, and I'm like, this is freaking.
The theaters lit up.
Yeah,
they did. That scene.
Just that shot of the Trinity together as the camera pans down, you hear the music, and it's kind of funny. I have the art book for BVS, and the last page is that shot, and they say okay, we have Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman in this movie. We can't not have a scene with them all together, right beside each other, fighting a threat. And I'm like, okay, there you go. The moment I knew that the moment Zach got my like loyalty for lack of a better term is when it was actually really in Zack Snyder's Justice League, because the reason why I've always been a DC fan more than a Marvel fan. I still like Marvel, but I'm more on the DC side because growing up, I've also always been a fan of like Greek myth and like those types of stories. DC weighs heavily into that. Yeah. So, and particularly Zack Snyder, when he holds on shots, or it's like the last time you see the League together in the Snyder cut, they're on top of that silo, and it's like the gods, everyone's standing there, and I'm like, yeah, this guy gets it. This guy 100% gets it.
He knows how to tell mythological stories.
Yeah,
100%. He really does. I mean, he did it with 300, and then he basically did that again with Justice League in its own way, and it's freaking beautiful, man.
Oh, on that. So 300 was my first Snyder movie because we were driving to Disney World. And my mom, I was like, I had to be about 12 to 13 or so. She's like, hey, you like military history? What's 300? And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is this? And then I read the comic recently. And I read the comic and I'm like, oh God, he literally just did the comic book right here. I'm like, what the? I don't know how you did this, dude. Zach is a magician with adapting comics to screens. Mm-hmm. Somehow, it is legit the panels. Like, you can take any freeze frame from any of Zack Snyder's DC movies, and I guarantee you will find a panel that is legit that like scene. Yep. That's it. When Henry is like in space and he opens his eyes and it's all red, and I'm like, I know that panel. It is freaking dope.
Yeah. 100%. Okay, so real quick, Jared, I do want to ask, okay? So we talked about growing up, your favorite films, your favorite DC films, what got you started on DC. What was it specifically for you that you believe makes the Snyderverse stand out compared to what came before and what's coming now?
That's a good question, because a lot of it from where I stand is like Zach was like the first to take these characters seriously. Because here's the thing. Yeah, I like the Reeves movies, but they were a little jokey. Same thing with the Keaton movies to an extent. Zach was like, no, these are legit mythology movies. This is American mythology, so I'm going to treat it seriously like it should be treated. So, I mean, yes, there are humor in Snyder's movies. They're not all grim dark, but it's like the way... Subtle. Yeah, it's subtle, or it's more... Organic, if you will.
Yep. It's organic. Yeah, exactly. He fits it in right where he needs to fit it in. The perfect example would be...
How'd you get the house back from the bank?
I bought the bank.
I bought the bank. I'm always stressed. It flows right into there. The one where he...
What are your superpowers? I'm rich.
Yeah, the one where
I was so glad that line... No, my favorite. The line that my co-host and I were praying was in the Snyder cut and it wasn't a Whedon line. It's when Cyborg catches Aquaman and Aquaman just goes, my man! I was like,
mine was the one where he was in the prison with his dad. That was organic. That one right there where he was just like, your foot's in the door. Yeah, that's something people say, man. And then it felt real. And then right after that, he was just like, no stopping you now. Thanks.
Yeah. Dad. Or just it's like
that. That's perfect.
The way Zach later like played into that when Flash goes back in time. And I'm watching this and I'm like, what? That scene when Flash goes, your son was one of them, Dad. One of the
best of the
best.
Exactly. Yep. And I'm like, it's like even in Man of Steel, because it's like the scene when Superman is fighting Feora and she has his hand on his eyes, and like this is when the heat vision actually becomes a beam and like blasts her hand away. I like to think, because one of the criticisms of Superman snapping Zod's neck was, he could have put his hand over his eyes. And I'm like, Zach literally showed you early in the movie that
doesn't work. Exactly.
So I like to say, I like to think that Zach anticipated that. It was like, nope, I got you. It wouldn't work.
So again, were you actually interested in the storytelling?
Yeah.
Or were you just no? But that's what I'm saying. Not you, but I'm saying them.
Okay.
Were you actually interested in the storytelling and how Zach actually explained that to make you go, oh, I get it? Or were you just looking at it just because you wanted something to complain about?
Or it's
Zod
like,
got his neck
see,
snapped.
it's
You know
the
what I
other
mean?
thing.
And then I heard all these excuses. He could have grabbed Zod and took him here. He could have
flew him up into space.
He
He coulda-
did flew him up into space.
Yeah,
No, you are talking about a person that is infinitely more experienced than you in fighting. You got lucky when you broke his neck. That's real talk.
Yeah.
You got lucky when you broke his neck. Okay, you got him in
it's
the
not
right
like
position.
he just haphazardly did it. He begged with Zod, don't make me do this, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, what else
And
did you do?
Zod made it 100% clear. He was not
What
going
he
to
wanted.
stop. He was going to kill every last
he is
human on Earth.
genetically-
He told us.
He told them that.
genetically
He
programmed.
literally
For
said
me.
that to the screen. Yes.
Yeah.
So
He's
it-
genetically programmed that way. So
Yeah.
it is what it is. He did what he had to do, and yeah.
Or it's like that. The other scene that stands out to me in Man of Steel, and this is where a little fan theory I have comes in. So there's a scene where he's against the World Engine. He's being like hammered down, and then it keeps cutting to like the Daily Planet people being trapped in the building.
Yeah, Jenny and
My fan
Terry.
theory is, so Superman has super hearing. So I like to think he hears her screams, and that motivates him to get up and like go right through it.
That's a really good theory, Jared.
That's a
I've
good
never
theory, bro.
thought of that one before. That is
You know
awesome,
what, Jared?
buddy.
For that one, you get a drop.
Oh yeah, sweet. Yeah, and that's he probably figures this is what these people die if I lose. There is no round
You know what
two.
that
I have to
reminded
end
me
this
of?
now.
Dude, I'm
It
so
reminds
mind
me
blown.
of- Yeah, it reminds me of when he said the world's too big, Mom.
Then make
He
it
was
small.
hearing
Make it
the world screaming as all of that was happening, and he focused in, and he just, I got this. And
I'm
he just, yeah,
I'm still mind blown because I've never made that connection
was-
before. And
that's awesome. Yeah,
And the thing is because I told you guys earlier, I've just started going through with Phil actually, Superman and Lois, and that's one of the powers that they really highlight in that show with his son. You know what I mean? Is the super hearing. So now that you said that, it's like, wow, that actually makes so much sense.
makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So much sense.
So I'm like, because when someone's properly motivated, they will push past the impossible, particularly someone that can literally move a mountain.
Yeah. No.
And then when the other part that blew my mind when I watched the Snyder cut, referencing the scene where you have all the League staying on the nuclear reactor, what popped into my mind was that scene when he first puts on the suit before first flight. Jor-El says they will stumble, they will fall, but they will join you in the sun. All of the Leaguers are in the sun.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn, dude.
all you
That
gotta do
is-
is
that
if
is
you really like,
storytelling.
if you are really into storytelling,
Yeah.
you will pay attention to that.
Oh yeah.
You won't.
And-
You understand
You know,
what I'm
the best
saying? You
compa-
will see,
like-
you will see it.
Charles and I say this all the time. Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
DC style. That's what we were getting, and that's what was taken from us, and that's what a lot of people are not appreciating, but that's okay. That's why we got Sergeant Murtaugh with Sergeant Riggs to break it down to you later. So stay
Well,
tuned.
it's like even that. So then I see Wonder Woman, and I was like, okay, this was like one of the first DC movies that I was like a character I knew nothing about, nothing besides what I had seen of Zach. I read a Woman comics, and the minute she steps up in no man's land and charges those machine guns again, I was like, yep. Man, I really love DC. There you go. I don't always like how they tend to force the heroes with human love interests. Anyone that watches my show knows that I have a real hate boner for Lois Lane and Steve Trevor, but that's from long trauma. That's from long trauma. But It's like, well, on that, because if you look at the themes of Zack, it's like, okay, accepting all that you are, using your gifts to save the world. In the new 52, again, I'm dropping that I read comics. They did a series called Superman Wonder Woman, where it was all about their relationship and how the world reacts to their relationship. Very similar to the Snyderverse, by the way. So Zod and Feora show up in that comic, and it's legit. They look exactly like they came out of Man of Steel.
Wow.
And I was like,
okay.
I just noticed that, and I was like, oh my gosh, why? But it's like
this was 52.
Yeah,
this is in the 52 era. Okay.
I'm a big proponent of that era, and that is clear. That's
what
a lot of Zack stuff. If you look at the plot of Zack Snyder's Justice League, just read the first volume of Justice League by Jeff Johns. That's what that is.
Okay.
Except in many ways expanded, obviously. But so beyond that, there's this great scene when one of the best scenes in that comic. So Wonder Woman takes Superman to meet her family, and her family are the Greek gods. And Apollo, the god of the sun, decides to be a dick to Superman. And he blasts Superman with sunlight. And Apollo just goes, "How are you not dead?" And then Apollo goes, "You blasted me with sunlight. You don't know that much about me, do you?" And then throws him through a mountain.
Oh, wow.
And then this great scene. He turns to Wonder Woman. He goes, "Before you say anything, I know you could have taken him." And then Wonder Woman goes, "That's true, but I enjoyed watching it all the more." So they had that. Or there was this great scene. So Wonder Woman and Green Lantern are fighting. And Wonder Woman goes to Green Lantern. "This gives me no pleasure, but I'm sure you've heard that before." I'm just like, when you have that type of writing, that's when I was like, yeah, I love that era. But anyway, so on that, so the whole purpose of the new 52, and in fact, in Justice League 12, that's when Superman and Wonder Woman first kissed. And what they did was they have a conversation, the Lincoln Memorial. Wonder Woman is just finally broken off with Steve Trevor, much to my happy elation. And they're standing on the porch, and they're talking about being alone and isolated, not feeling that they fit in with places. And they're like, "We're not like the gods, but we're not like humans either." And it's 100% a lot of what Zack put in those movies. It was it's like with Superman, where Man of Steel is him trying to find his place in the world because he doesn't fit in because of his superpowers. So it's like, when I looked at Superman and Wonder Woman, it was more of carrying on that theme, but in sort of a romancy comic idea there. But so going on with that, so with that show, I started that, and what's really funny is I didn't expect it to explode the way it did, because that's another thing they tell you on YouTube. Find something no one's doing and do it. No one's doing a podcast on Superman and Wonder Woman. I do it, and I'm like, well, we're clearly doing this some more. And it's throughout all the different episodes. So it's kind of funny is, again, this is where I encounter toxic fans. But what's kind of funny, that you're going to love this. So I was talking about how much I hate Lois on Twitter once. And someone just said, "Well, you're just a Snyder fan." And I go, "You realize that Lois is kind of important to the plot of Snyder's movies, right? How would me being a Snyder fan mean I hate Lois? How does that work?" And then I remember, these people are emotional people on Twitter. They probably aren't putting that together.
Extremely emotional. And I'll go so far as to say, not to make fun, but I'll go so far as to say that we got some mental wiring issues going on with us.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, the other thing is
we do, and I mean they need that. We were talking about they needed diagnoses.
Yeah,
a doctor to say, "Hey, you need to stop this shit." Because
exactly,
really wrong with you. So
exactly, but it goes on where the thing is what I discovered. It's they did articles about like you'll always encounter pages that say like blank loves comics or blank reads comics. Those accounts, 99% of those don't read the books. They just take panels out of context and just post them. Or you find out that like a few people on a portion of the fan base on Twitter. It's like the place where I like disagree with the Wonder Woman fan base specifically is when a lot of them seem to be more focused on who she's sleeping with instead of giving her good stories. Because that's the thing. They're like, should she be with Steve Trevor or should she be bi and date Cheetah? Yes, there are people.
Crap.
I know exactly. I'm like, I want her to have good stories because here's the thing. The reason why we don't get a lot of good Wonder Woman content is because DC does not see the value in her. Case in point, there was a story that went by. So around the time when DC published The Death of Superman, anyone that watches Comics League knows what I'm about to bring up. So they did The Death of Superman and they did Nightfall for Batman. So they wanted a story for Wonder Woman. Oh, God. So Mark Millar, as a joke, proposed the R word of Wonder Woman. By R, I'll tell you what. R word. I'll use a analogy. The violation of Wonder Woman. I'm sure.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Now it clicks. I know.
Where like, so you know how the first, how like the last issue of the Death of Superman is just full panel pages. Full page panels. Yeah. It would have been just that of that happening to her publicly.
Wow.
And DC took it seriously and almost published that book.
Wow.
So that is why I am particularly very, very protective of Wonder Woman. And I get pissed off now whenever James Gunn announces a D-list character is getting like a thing because I'm like, okay, so Clayface is getting a movie before Wonder Woman?
Dude, this is why, look, I make no bones about it, dude. This universe is going to fail. It is. It's just going to fail. The general audience is going to be like, who the fuck is Clayface?
And you know what?
Think about it, man. I mean, he's starting a universe with Superman, but not just him.
No, he's not. He's starting with Creature Commandos.
Right. Excuse me.
Well,
yes.
like what?
Creature Commandos, and then he's dragging, and then it's just what is it? Superman and Friends? The Super Friends?
Yeah. Well, that's what it is. It's
that's kind of what it is.
The other day, it's Superman and Friends, but he didn't name it and Friends. It's just Superman.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, it's not. And then people are saying
the general audience doesn't know who Mr. Terrific is, man. Guy Gardner, they don't know.
Yeah. Or they like to make fun of his hair because.
Well, it's funny because I was actually posting memes, right? Like I was posting memes after the Superman trailer got released, and those memes only crack within our community, bro. Like people on my personal pages who know me personally, they had no idea what the fuck I was talking about. Half of them didn't even know that the trailer was out.
So you mean were you talking about Guy Gardner?
Yeah.
You mean this guy?
Mom will take care of Jack a lot. How many more sleeps before she wakes up again?
Sorry, Jack. She in heaven now.
Damn. I thought the movie was bad.
She sleep forever.
Oh my god.
guys.
Oh my gosh, I can't unsee that now. Oh my god.
Fair warning to everybody in the chat and in the audience watching. We got 49 people.
What you don't know is off to the side, a Green Lantern ring is hovering, waiting for the show to wrap up so we can go hop on Simple Jack's finger.
Oh man.
We are roasting Gunn tonight.
Yeah, we
but it's like what I love to do is when people are telling me that like the Gunverse is supposed to be more clear to the comics, I like pointing out all the inaccuracies. Like the most crazy one is like, well, for one thing, I get why he's using the Kingdom Come logo, but that's used for a very specific place in Superman's career. That's the end of Superman's career.
Exactly.
That is the end of his career. And
Jared, I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I forget, I'm going to share with this because Rox and I were talking about this the other day when we were pregame organizing for the show tonight. I was telling him that, you know what, Zach would have gotten to Kingdom Come.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, the story again, and I know this is the haters obviously saying that, oh, but Zack Snyder's story's already told, the storyboard's out there. So that, first of all, do you really think that Bruce Wayne is the father? Seriously, when you go back to Man of Steel and Jor-El is saying you can be the bridge between both worlds, and then on BVS they're getting hanky-panky in the bathtub. I mean,
and
come
then
on.
Then there's Superman and Lois. There's your bridge right there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
There's your bridge
and,
right there.
Well, and so hold on before I forget. So you would have seen once after the conclusion of Darkseid story and Ben Affleck's Batman. Obviously, we know he has to die.
Mm-hmm.
You could have easily go just like Charles said right there, Superman and Lois. 15, 20 years in the future, you would have seen Henry Cavill.
That would have been
not the Kingdom Come. Wait, maybe not the Kingdom Come, but with the Kingdom Come Clark Kent look.
There you go. Yeah.
Here's the thing.
And we've already seen him because I think there was a picture of Henry Cavill down on the street that he was already getting a little bit of white hair. So,
here's what I always said: if they let's say the stars aligned and they wanted to bring him back for one movie, what they could do if they wanted to make that movie Kingdom Come, because a very important part of Kingdom Come is a battle between two armies of superheroes. So Kingdom Come happens up until that point. That's when Darkseid invades. The heroes have to unite, and we get the world as a Justice League moment.
There we go.
So in other words, make that Justice League 3 or 2. Because that way,
first it's them doing their thing, and then when
that way you don't have to worry about cramming in the nightmare sequence stuff, which is cool. Don't get me wrong, but let me put it this way: if we get it this way, I'll take it because it's a conclusion in some way that's natural. Well, plus if you do Kingdom Come, the argument of, the actors are too old is irrelevant because everyone's older in that freaking book.
Everybody's
not only that, I've said this multiple times. AI is here to stay. So that excuse is out of
Plus, we could see Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot together in that movie because Superman and Wonder Woman together is a significant part of that book. So I'm like, I'm not saying no to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There you go. Alrighty. So one last question, Jared, before we start talking some other stuff. What was your first comic? What was the first issue that you read? Did it ring a bell? Like for me, the first one that I got, I was the first actual comic that I read was The Death of Superman. That's what got me into okay, because it was a big thing that Superman is dead, he's gonna die. It's like, what the fuck? How is that possible? He's Superman.
Are you talking trade paperback or single issue?
The earliest you could remember. Yeah, whatever you remember.
Trade, it was Trinity War, but in the new 52 Justice League. Because what happened was, this is when in the media, they were doing articles about Superman and Wonder Woman dating finally. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. I'll go to my store and pick it up. So I just grabbed one off the shelf. It doesn't feature that heavily in it, but it was still pretty cool. And from that, I got a bunch of trades. And then when I started collecting, regularly collecting books, it would probably be, you know what? I don't remember. It was so long ago in terms of single trades. I do have a little treasure that I keep safe though.
What?
So this is the first issue of Superman and Wonder Woman, signed by the artist and graded.
Hold on, let me highlight you. Hold on. There you go, guys, so you can see it.
Here, right there.
There we go.
Nice.
You graded. Oh, nice. You grade
9.6. Wow, dude.
That's a high score. That's nice.
I have a Wonder Woman issue at CGC now being graded because it's getting signed by Gal Gadot.
Nice.
Hey.
They were doing this event where they were like, you can get a Wonder Woman thing signed by Gal Gadot, and I'm like, I'm doing that.
That's awesome. So you got to meet Gal?
No. They actually mail it in.
Gotcha.
But on my 1K subscriber special stream, a buddy of mine got me a cameo from Ray Porter.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's and he made a joke about the fact that I'm very open about this. I've seen the Snyder Cut 16 times.
Oh wow, damn!
So
16 times.
Yeah. Well, it helps because another part of my content I do is I do a fan edits, and the thing about it, because I've seen these movies so many times, if I need a scene, okay, I need a scene of Superman doing that BVS, I immediately am able to recall because I've seen these movies so many times.
Wow, dude! Wow, I didn't realize you were that big of a Snyder fan. That's incredible, dude.
That's awesome.
He's become my
Yeah. Y'all, like I said, you got if you haven't, man, check out. Like I said, I stop by his channel every now and again, but yeah, he's a huge Snyder fan, dude.
Oh yeah.
He is.
I have the trident right here.
So a link.
Flex,
So
I rule Atlantis. So
when we do, so a link will be in the description. So guys, please go check out Comic Leagues. He will teach you a lot when it comes to comic books. Oh, one last question. Okay, one last question, then we're gonna move on to the topic.
Yeah.
Since we were talking about Wonder Woman, talk to me about Absolute Wonder Woman.
okay. So
I haven't read it yet. I got it. I
Okay.
purchased it. I purchased the comic. I haven't started it yet.
okay.
Go.
So
What's your
here's
pitch?
the thing. So you want me to pitch it to you?
Pitch it to everybody. Why should people? Because so here's the thing. So for me, I was hesitant on getting the Absolute comics because it's an aesthetic thing for me. It's not the story; it's an aesthetic. But I got over it. I'll show it to you guys because so you guys can see that I actually bought it. Because people sometimes think that I don't read comics and I don't buy shit.
I practically have 3 of every issue for Absolute Wonder Woman because they keep coming out with great covers. But okay, essentially, all right. First off, buy Absolute Wonder Woman. Don't buy Tom King's Wonder Woman. Trust me, that book is grating on your soul. So,
Okay.
case in point, in Tom King's Wonder Woman, she eats a rat. Wonder Woman. And she punches her mother in the face. Yeah. So, that's my attitude at this point when DC announces this. And I'm like, please be good. I need a comfort Wonder Woman book. So here's the pitch. Wonder Woman, instead of being raised on Themyscira, okay, so the Amazons were apparently the world's first superheroes. And they disappeared. And then Wonder Woman is given to the witch Cersei to raise in hell. So Wonder Woman's raised in hell. But here's the catch. She still ends up a good person. She still ends up a superhero. She still ends up the typical compassionate Wonder Woman. And I read this and I'm like, this is what Wonder Woman should be. Not a being raised in hell, but still, like, despite everything, she's still a good person who happens to have a giant ass sword. It's all of this is like the most ridiculous author because all the Absolute universe is, and by the way, seems to be borrowing heavily from a certain universe that is named after a certain movie director. So there you go. But it's like a lot of this is the pitch for the Absolute universe essentially is the superheroes, but they don't have any support systems. Like Batman does not have like vast wealth.
I've heard, that he does. He's not a rich guy, so he's
Superman does not have the Kents. He's in fact on the run, kind of like in Man of Steel. Wonder Woman does not have the Amazon. She's practically by herself. So the purpose of this is for them to say, if you strip these characters down to their fundamental cores, if you strip these characters down of everything that like helps them in their adventures,
it helps them be who. Right.
They are still superheroes. They are still the characters we know and love. And I read this.
The way you just pitched it to me. Now I'm interested.
Yeah, it's
now I'm interested.
In a way, it's better than Marvel's Ultimate Universe because it's so vastly.
Yeah, I'm not enjoying.
Here's the thing.
I'm not enjoying the Ultimates.
Well, even the first Ultimate Universe, because the problem with it is that they made it different, but everyone still it was still kind of more of the same. This is vastly different from everything that you typically would see from DC.
Thank you, Jared. I appreciate
No problem. Definitely read that book. And currently, it is like
I'm actually.
it was like
I got a lot of reading now because I'm heading overseas for the holidays. So I'm not gonna have much to do. So I'm taking a lot of these boys that I haven't read yet and get some time to read it. All right. So first of all, Jared, thank you very much. Please
thank
stick
you, man.
around.
We appreciate
We
you
got
coming
a lot
on.
of we got a lot of more topics to talk about, guys. Please, if you're new, like, share, subscribe to the channel. This is a safe space right here. We talk all DC. We talk pop culture. We talk a little bit of everything when it comes to the geek world. And right now, we're going to transition to a different franchise that is beloved to my heart as well, just as DC, that is not getting the love that it should. But before that, I'm going to drop something here. Hold on. I saw somebody here. Oh, Kenneth Gardner. I have all 3 Absolute Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. I have not read them yet, and I will say the comments like Saturday, make DC.
Yep.
There you go.
Any fan of Snyder's movies, any fan of Snyder's movies will love the Absolute Universe.
Yeah. I'm definitely sold now. All right. Let's do a drop, and we move on to the next one.
Yo. You got a gift, my friend. You got a gift. Oh, yeah. You saw that there was something I was trying to do, and you figured that out. That's why you are who you are. God bless you. You got a fucking gift.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I really don't.
Yes, you do.
You got a gift, Jared. You got a gift.
Yes, you do.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Yes, you do.
All right. 007.
Oh God.
He said,
why can't we have good shit? Why?
Because the world's not supposed to make sense.
It only makes sense when you force it to.
Force it to.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
We're gonna force that shit now. All right. So, all you James Bond fans out there, unfortunately, we're not going to have a James Bond movie because Amazon wants to woke it up and MCU it. And I'm like, no, thank you. James Bond, first of all, is a man. We're not going to have a James Bond female girl. No.
Thank you.
We're not doing that. James Bond is a male.
Wait a minute.
James Bond
doing?
What?
Is that what they're doing? That's what I'm saying. You're saying they're woken it up. Are they changing the character?
That's what. So okay. So basically, so the rumor on the streets is that Amazon and Barbara Broccoli are not getting along because Barbara Broccoli is trying to protect the essence, which is James Bond. Which, like I said, he's a man. He's a womanizer. He's cold. He has He's fucked up in the head. He doesn't care about anybody except the mission. But Amazon wants to woke it up, spin it off, do side stories, blah, blah, blah. MCU it, basically. And there's and obviously nothing's been in development. Everything's been installed. So even a few years ago, it was announced that the guys that I forgot the name of but the same company that did the Hitman games, World of Assassination, the latest one, they were supposed to develop a 007 game, which was going to be something similar to Hitman, but James Bond style. We haven't heard nothing for that in a while, and now we know why. Probably because of this, because there's an issue with the IP.
That's been
there's no issue with the IP. They're just trying to.
Essentially, what you're saying is there's no Bond. There might be a 007 agent, but there is no more actual.
Yeah, but here's
Ian
the problem.
Fleming's James Bond.
Speaking of the general audience, whenever anyone hears 007 at this point, they only think of one name.
Yeah.
Look what Sin Havoc just said.
A lot of IPs are about to go on the open market. 007 is looking for a new home. Oh, wow. So who has 007 right now? What studio has that one?
Amazon,
right?
MGM, but
MGM.
Amazon bought MGM.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So unfortunately, yeah. So again, this is a trend that's been happening in a while now with all these IPs. We saw it with Star Wars. Star Wars is dead, and I love Star Wars. It's dead.
Yeah.
Marvel is on life support. DC life support as well.
Killed everyone off and continued the story. I was like, I'm here for Iron Man. Where is Iron Man?
Yeah.
You didn't have to kill him off. You could have just put him in the background. You know,
Or,
that's it. Retire him.
or like they did in the comics, turn him into a blue AI. They did that in the comics. Did you know, by the way, that at Marvel Studios is considered a red flag on your employment application if you are a regular comic book reader?
I read Marvel. Sorry,
that explains a lot about their current movies, doesn't it?
We don't have a lot of openings at this time, but we appreciate you coming by, Rocks. But we don't have any room for
Marvel Studios.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
So here's the thing. Also, here's my pitch to solve this James Bond issue, because it is a problem that needs to be solved as soon as possible. Call this man right now.
Christopher Nolan.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would
Problem solved.
take that.
Immediately.
007.
Problem solved. And
this man has been advocating to take over the Bond IP forever.
Mm-hmm.
He can give you at least 3 or 4 bangers.
I could see Universal
and all billion dollar
minimum.
You know what? If Bond goes on the market as Sin Havoc was suggesting, I could see Universal pitching for it. I really could.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And now I'm against MCU and the shit out of James Bond, but I'm not against giving it maybe a TV show, because and also take him back to the 60s. Take him back where James Bond was James Bond, a spy during Cold War era. You do this with Christopher Nolan, who's already has a great track record and proved already with Oppenheimer.
Can you imagine get him and his brother to produce a TV show and write it and create it, bro?
All you got to do to see what Nolan would do with James with James Bond, just look at Batman Begins.
Mm-hmm.
That's that, except obviously without the bat costume, but still, it's that.
Yeah,
it's Tenet also.
Oh yeah,
yes,
that's true. Yeah,
Inception.
Yeah,
those shots, all those visual shots that you guys see. If you're a real James Bond fan and you've seen all the movies, there's a lot of visual sighting of the surroundings.
I think of see, and that's what I love about these guys, both him and Zack Snyder. They're two completely different directors, but both of them, both of their works speak volumes. Like, so when I think of Christopher Nolan's films, his Batman films, his Tenet, Inception, I think of his movies are smooth. You know what I mean? Like smooth and fluid. Zack Snyder is visceral with his, you know what I mean? Especially with his Batman characters. He's more visceral. And if you got these two guys, imagine these two guys being at Universal together.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro.
I mean, look at this. You're telling me that the man that has this portfolio of film,
that's all of those are pretty much James Bond movies rolled up into one. Each one telling its own story. Look at that. Every single.
You got one. Moonraker. You got what else you got here? You got damn it, Interstellar. That's Moonraker.
Yeah.
You know what else we got here? damn, there's so many stories.
Like Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Them would be like his Casino Royals and his.
Yeah, I was about to say
that would be Inception
and all
that.
That
is 100%.
Inception.
Yeah.
That is 100% the Daniel Craig Bond. That is 100% that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
And
just looking at the Tenant artwork, that to me looks like a Bond poster. Like just looking.
Yeah.
At it.
Yeah. Yep.
And hell,
just
even
switch up the Tenant with the 007 and just put the 007 in there. Yeah.
Even if Robert Patterson, which is he's also a Brit, I could have seen him as a maybe potential James Bond. You know,
oh hell no.
But hold it.
No, man.
I trust that
I'm not
Christopher Nolan would. I know he would pick the right one because Christopher Nolan said himself his best James Bond of all. And when he said Timothy Dalton, I was like,
my ears perked up. That was my Bond in the 80s. I told you, man. Timothy Dalton. He was the closest, by the way, in the book. If you ever read the Bond books, Timothy Dalton, even if he only had 2 movies, he was the closest to the character than any other character that came out. This guy right here. And then they pretty much tried to duplicate that with Daniel Craig and all of that. So, yeah.
Exactly, Dan. That's exactly. We could do it, and you could put. You had Christopher Nolan did Durkin, so that was World War I, right? Durkin.
Dunkirk.
Okay, whatever. Dunkirk. Yeah, Dunkirk. That was World War I, right? Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you can definitely have a Christopher Nolan do a World War II era of James Bond. You could do 3-4 films, and you can spin off to TV shows. And since people complain that, we need a female Bond, you already have a female Bond. You already have one. Moneypenny.
Yeah.
Moneypenny was fucking badass in the Daniel Craig era. Yeah. I wouldn't mind seeing a Moneypenny, being a secretary, but in reality, she's also a badass spy.
We already had that with
Agent Carter.
That's my problem whenever you have people that saying, we need a female this, we need this. I'm like, no, use the characters that already exist. You have these characters for a reason.
If you want a female version of this or that, you got to create your own version of that. You know what I mean? Like, it should be a new thing, a new IP. You shouldn't be leeching off of the old IPs.
Even Gal,
they tapped out after 80 years. Rocks, think about back when Hollywood first became a thing, when California was all dirt and these people were moving out west to be superstars and movie stars and shit. It's like they ran out of ideas. It's like the well is empty.
Why?
They're like, you can't think of anything original. You can't sit down, make up a name of a character, give that character some traits, and then give that character a world to do their thing. And you can't do that. I can do that. So how come you can't do that?
It's not that they can't. What I think it actually comes down to these days is you have too many money people involved, and the money people don't want to take risks on new things, right? It's the committees. Yes, exactly. Perfect. You said it perfectly.
Well, to the committees, start reading the comics, because right here is all the source material that you need.
Right there. Yep.
And this isn't James Bond. This is Moneypenny. Existing characters. And Moneypenny before, she was not badass, but they made her badass on the Daniel Craig era, which was perfect because
when Heart of Stone
can evolve. Heart of Stone.
When Heart of Stone came out, they asked Gal if what she would think about a female Bond, or if she would ever consider playing a female Bond. She goes, "No, I'd rather women have their own thing."
Yep.
Thank you.
Exactly.
By the way, kick-ass film. By the way.
It was a good movie. All right. Any last comments in regards to this subject, gentlemen? James Bond, what do you guys think? People in the comments. Are you just as pissed off as I am? Because just DC and James Bond, those are my guys. I do like Marvel too, but those two are dear to my heart. And if you fuck them up, you're gonna get my wrath.
Oh well, yeah, they've already killed 2 of my favorite franchises so far. They killed DC, obviously. They killed Terminator. Terminator is my franchise, and they destroyed that. And now
you know what? Listen. Terminator Zero gave me hope. Terminator Zero.
Terminator Zero did give me hope. Yeah. So and I was telling Costello, Mission Impossible. That's my jam right there.
Yeah,
that's my jam right there. I love that entire franchise, man. So they did good. They in my opinion, they did really good with that franchise. Yeah, there was a couple of them that weren't like super awesome.
Yes.
Cavill could have been
James Bond.
And you know what? I was going to suggest that, and I was going to say I would actually love to see Cavill work with Nolan. That would be phenomenal.
That
to
would
see.
be like the smoothest man. That
dude.
would be awesome.
Like Zach have both their phone numbers. It only takes his one and no introduction.
Like, a lot of these directors like to use the same actors. They've established relationships with these guys. That's why you see a lot of the same actors in the movies. But I would love to
we
see
don't know
that.
what's going on. Plus, we don't know what's going on. You know why we don't know what's going on? Because they're not all over X Twitter all day talking about what's going on. We know something could be going on, but yeah, we don't know because we're not supposed to know. So there you go.
Who was it that said Cavill? I want to give him a shout out. Who was that?
Oh, shoot.
Sin Havoc.
Yeah,
awesome. Yeah, dude. Sin Havoc. Exactly. Great suggestion, bro. Shout out to you, homie.
All right. So, Sin Havoc, I'm going to give you a drop because you know I love you, buddy. I'm going to give you... Ooh, this is a good one.
Everything within the law. And then what are you prepared to do? If you open the ball on these people, Mr. Nash, you must be prepared to go all the way. Because they won't give up the fight until one of you is dead. I want to get Capone. I don't know how to get him. Want to get Capone? Here's how you get him. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago.
That's such a dope movie. That's such a good movie. That was Kevin Costner, right?
Yep.
That's Kevin Costner, yeah.
Yeah.
And the OG 007.
Yep. They had also what's the name? Andy Garcia.
Robert De Niro, Andy Garcia.
Robert De Niro was in there. Yeah, they had some pretty heavy hitters in there too. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder and Leonidas.
Hold on. So, okay. From now on, whenever I do this, I want to see this on the chat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
You see, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Yep.
Ow! Ow!
One of the best lines in that movie.
That's it.
My favorite is
do it.
My favorite line from that movie, by the way, is when Xerxes says that you should surrender. Think of your women, and then Leonidas goes, "Clearly, you've never met our women. I might as well march them out here with what I've been counting all day."
All right, boys and girls. Where's the? Oh, wait, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. Oh no! Ah! There.
Hey man, can I get you to figure it out, bro? Breathe, dog.
Breathe. All right, guys. Zack Snyder met with Joe Butler. I wonder why.
Mm-hmm.
I just, after I don't know how long has it been since 300.
It's been a minute since 2007.
Over 50.
Been a minute.
Well.
Oh, look at the comments Dennis is dropping. He's hitting the nail. He's hitting the nail, bro.
Yeah.
He's getting right where he's thinking what we're thinking with this.
Yeah. There you go. So Zack Snyder dropped some little pearls about a week ago? Something like that. That he is about to make this LAPD thriller with what's his name? Is it Chad? Can't remember the John Wick guy. He's writing it with him.
Chad,
Satowski.
Yeah.
So you know it's going to be a banger if these two are working together on this, and they got Gerard Butler in it. It's going to be fire. Yeah.
Oh, that's a reunion for sure, man. If he pulls this off and Butler's in that Netflix film, the LAPD one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's right in his alley.
Yeah.
Gerald Butler does. This is what he does.
That's what he does.
He's done Olympus Is Falling, London Is Falling, Angel Is Falling. He's
I
done
love all
the Den of
three.
Thieves now, and Den of Thieves 2 is now coming out. So guys, we're Zack Snyder fans. We should support Zack's cast. So guys, if you haven't seen Den of Thieves, go watch it.
Oh, those
Go
are
watch
great
Den of Thieves
movies.
2
Oh my
is also
god.
coming now next month.
The
So,
best one. The best one. The best one.
That was also. Hold on.
Law-Abiding Citizen, yes. I was just about to say that.
Oh yeah,
that was a
that's
great
just
movie.
basically Gerard as the Punisher. That's really what that is.
That was a great movie. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, UFC pick also. I forgot about that one. Zach is also doing a UFC. So Zach, see, again, to all the people that love to hate on Mr. Zack Edward Snyder, if he is so hated universally around the world, then why is Netflix still giving him work?
Yeah.
Why are they announcing project here, project there, lunch with Leonidas?
It astounds
Because
me.
you have businessmen that work at a grown-up place who have a clear vision for people with talent. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have the people that you had at WB that were, to quote Zach, aggressively anti-Snyder, and who basically used his daughter's suicide to fire him.
We're gonna talk about that, Jared. That's part of my. That's gonna be part of my. I got a thing here that's coming up, but we're gonna talk about it.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna get into it. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, guys. Basically, Gerald Butler is coming back to work with the boss, and you know what? It's time. It is time, because these two made one of the best movies that, honestly, this movie eventually will end up, 300 will end up being in the National Film Registry. Zack Snyder has earned his mark in history.
Can you imagine Twitter's response when that
Oh,
happens?
of course, they're gonna fucking go nuts. And for all the Twitter people, Joe Rogan pretty much said it. 300 and Watchmen, Zach. Those are my favorite movies. You're gonna say no to Joe Rogan now? This guy's winning. Zack Snyder is winning, and all you guys are just hating because, let's face it, hating Zack Snyder is a very lucrative business, unfortunately.
Oh, it gets clicks, right? Anytime there's a
My
negative
favorite is when
headline
they
or a
tell us to
negative
move
YouTube
on.
page. Yeah. But anytime there's a negative headline or there's a negative YouTube title, you know,
we're gonna talk about it. No,
it gets the clicks. So
yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Absolutely.
So let's move on to our next topic. But before that, I'm gonna throw Dennis, because I know Dennis is a very a big fan of LAPD movies, and I know he has been dying to see Zach with Jarrett again. So, Dennis, this one's for you, brother. Where is it? I moved them all this time, so they're close. Ah, here it is.
Madness. This is Sparta!
I love that part where he just turns and slips his sword back into his sheath and just walks away. I love that part.
He's like, I'm out.
He's like, I'm gonna let the boys do the rest of it. I'm done. I'm good.
I think my work here is done.
Alrighty.
All right. If you haven't seen it, I'm sorry. I truly am.
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
All right. So I'm not gonna spoil much of it. I just wanted to kind of recap on the last season. Actually, the last two seasons. Both of those seasons have been just absolutely phenomenal. I know, Jared, you hate Lois and all that, so I got you.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I always have this addendum. I hate with a passion comics Lois. I tolerate movie and TV Lois.
You know what? I'm slowly making my way through this series, and I honestly believe that Lois in this show is my favorite, and I think the best interpretation of Lois.
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say that this Lois embodies that tough as nails Lois, but also that vulnerable Lois, that smart Lois. She embodies the character. She did a really
she
good
actually
job
made me really care about her character. Like, not to say that Amy Adams didn't, but there is just a level of depth you can get to in a series like this compared to what you can do in, a limited time frame with a film. So
exactly,
like I said, I've never cared about Lois in particular until this came along, and now it's
exactly,
and that's really invested in her character.
Exactly. So, and that's exactly what I was gonna say. When Superman and Lois first came out, I was like, okay, they're coming out with another. And this was back when, we were watching The Flash, we were watching Arrow and Legends and all of that stuff. Really couldn't nail them down. You know what I mean? Really couldn't get into them. We watched them up to a point, then we give them a rest, and then we watch them again up to a certain point, then we give them a rest. With this show, we pretty much didn't give this show a rest. We pretty much just watched it. We found out that it was going to be the last season, so we just said, you know what, let's go ahead and sit down and watch the show. My wife was not a superhero fan. She wasn't into that type of stuff. Okay, so that show made her cry. It almost made me cry. I mean, it's that good.
Bro, dude, I will admit to you, there were scenes in season 1 that got me teary-eyed.
When they recreate Action Comics 1, where he's in the Max Fleischer suit, he's lowering the green car. I'm like, God damn it.
For me, it was my biggest connection was the connection that he has to his kids and how he's seeing his kids, seeing in particular, not Jonathan, Jordan. In particular, as Jordan's developing his powers, you see, like, especially with the super hearing, the amount of pain that his son is in and how he can relate to that because it's exactly what he went through when he was his son's age, right? But just seeing, as a dad, seeing your kid go through something like that, and there's absolutely nothing you could do to help, like that something like that is what brought me to tears.
Exactly, and that's why the creator of this show was inspired by Man of Steel, because you saw him when he was a kid in school and he's running out of the class because everything is hitting him all at once. I like how they added that as part of his maturity, him growing up. So your pituitary gland, when you're human, you start getting hair on your face, your vision gets better, everything starts happening to you. Well, I like the fact that when he was maturing, that's how they added that stuff in. His vision came in, but it hurt him. His hearing came in, but everything, it gave him headaches and everything was just all crazy. I like how they did that. And that's an element to that's an element that they haven't brought to any superhero film as far as Superman goes. Zack Snyder did it with Man of Steel, and I can't remember the name of the creator of the show for Superman and Lois. I can't remember.
I can't tell you. I could Google it real quick.
Yeah, but they brought the same type of feel and the same type of element to Superman and Lois, but I like how they added his family in there, and it showed the most human side of Clark that they could possibly show, having his children in his life like that. So it was a very, very well thought out show.
It was Greg Berlanti,
in my opinion. So, but it's in my opinion, it's the greatest CW show out there. In my opinion, that's what I believe.
Dude, I'll take it a step further. I think it's one of the greatest superhero TV shows out there.
It is.
I think it stands up there with I loved Marvel's Daredevil. Loved Marvel's Daredevil, but when it comes to the storytelling, Superman and Lois has it for me. Like I actually put this above that. You know what I mean? So Superman and Lois is actually, like I said, what you're hitting on. Yes, but what you're hitting on, totally. It's one of the best superhero shows. Period.
They gave each character. I like how they gave everybody an arc, man. They tied up everybody's story. John Henry and his daughter, they got their story tied up. The boys got their story tied up. Clark and Lois, they got their story. They tied up everything nicely, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful show, dude.
I'm loving the show. I'm about to finish season 1, and I like this, Lewis. I love the fact that you're putting Superman. Like, to me, when I was starting watching the show, it was like reading Rebirth. You know, Superman Rebirth. Like you see Superman being a father, trying to teach his kid how to control his powers. You know, put him. You know, you can't do this, you can't do that. So you see Superman being a dad. You know, we've never seen Superman on camera being a father.
Yeah,
and they transmitted that. So, Rox, you even said that you relate a lot because you have twin boys.
Yeah, I have 2 twin boys. So the fact that you know Superman has twin sons in this show, it really hit me on another level. But like I was saying earlier, like one of the biggest things for me, especially in season 1, was that like seeing his son go through everything. And like I know in season 1, Jonathan, there was a lot of growth with that character too, but it was mainly focused on Jordan, right? And with Jordan, just seeing how
shout out
Superman was basically helpless when it came to his son developing these powers and him being, there's absolutely nothing he can do to help. You know, there's scenes where his son, he had to wear the earmuffs on his head because you know, he was just taking in so much. And then you relate to that because it's like you actually see that you didn't have to see it in that show. What we saw in Man of Steel, when Clark went through that in Man of Steel, it automatically clicks, and it's like, oh my God, right? So, and in ways like that, I felt like the show just paid so much respect to Man of Steel, especially from what I seen with the suit and how alien they made it look in the 4th season. Mad respect, man, because they paid a lot of homage to Man of Steel.
Wait until you get there, Phil. Man, it was a hell of a shot, bro. What they did with that was just it was a hell of a thing.
Nice.
You're gonna be like, wow.
And see, you know what? That's another thing, Jared. You had mentioned that you had gone that you got into. Was it? Pardon me, because I've been doing a lot of things while doing the show. You had mentioned that you had read comics, started reading more because the movies were not that great. Was it something like that you had said?
It was more of because I fell in love with Zach's movies that I started to look at the source
material. Okay, okay, all right. That was the point. So I have something similar to you. So I lived overseas for many years in Chile, and I came back a few years later, but I never got back into the comics, and I lost all my comics when I grew up. You know, because I couldn't take them with me because my parents like, no, this is no. And I just started getting back into comics because I got fed up with the movies. There's no good content out there, none. So and I love DC, so I'm like, what am I going to do? So I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm going to go back to basics. I'm going to start buying some comics again. You know, I'm doing well financially this year, so I'm like, all right, I can spend and take care of myself. You know, and slowly but surely, I've been starting to read, and it's amazing how much you learn from the comics that people take inspiration. Like I just read Tower of Babel.
Oh yeah.
And at Rocks, I told you this when I was in Cancun. Right? I took it to Cancun with me, and I was like, "Holy shit!" There's so many things that I'm like. Tower of Babel, in a way, could have been Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 because you had the Legion of Doom. They're tearing down the Justice League, and I'm like, "Holy shit!"
That's the thing. It's like let's assume they're right. That Zach does not read the comics. Let's take that assertion at face value.
That's a hypothetical.
Then he is the luckiest dude ever because accidentally he gets accurate to what these characters are or like the stories. Even if he's never read them, he's referencing those stories somehow.
So how's he doing that?
Yeah, I know.
But real quick, I saw some comments earlier by Sin Havoc that I did want to point out. So the one thing I wanted to point out, and it's buried in there, it was from a little bit earlier, but Superman and Lois was supposed to have 7 seasons.
Yep,
Yep.
and Darkseid was supposed to show up in that one.
It was.
Are you
supposed to have-
serious?
Yeah, it was
That's what
supposed
they
to
said.
have 7 seasons, and they're saying, well,
Hold on a second. I didn't know that. Hold on.
The reasoning for that is because WB did not want 2 competing Superman.
yes,
Charles, I got you. Charles, hold on. I got you. Where is it? I just had it here.
You don't got him unprepared, Phil.
Oh my god. I can't believe this happened. I swear to God, I prepared this time.
These
happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
Days to retirement, I'm busted down to patrolman.
I should have cut the red wire.
You did cut the red wire.
No, I didn't. I cut the blue wire.
And that's what I meant. We should have waited for the bomb squad.
Am I gonna have to listen to this every day?
Every day until I retire.
That'll be a week too long.
Feet are killing me.
Yeah, your feet are killing me too.
Well, how come my feet be killing you?
Because I gotta listen to your bitch about them.
Yeah, you gotta listen to me, bitch, because you should have kept the red wire.
I didn't cut the red wire.
Because I gotta listen to you bitch about him all the time. So wait a minute.
Are you gonna rap? That's your drop.
Hold the phone. Let's rewind the tape just a little bit. So what you're telling me, Jared, is if they would have let this go on, I would have at least still got to see Darkseid.
Fight Superman.
That's what you're telling me right now, right?
Yep.
Hold on a second. These mother.
WB, what do you expect?
You know what? This is what Charles was.
And then hold up. Look at this. Look, hold up. Charles Darkseid and Brainiac.
Yeah, they said there.
He's just like going off right now.
Yeah,
what you're seeing right now is that scene in
my wife. I make my wife laugh. I'll be in here like we'll be talking, and I'll be in my office and we'll be talking, and then I got Darkseid. Look, I got Darkseid.
Yeah,
y'all see that up there?
Yeah, looks
Sitting in
good.
his throne. And then I'll suddenly cut from her, like I'll be talking to her. I'll be like, "Yeah, honey," and then hang on a second. Yeah, that's true, man. And then I'll just start talking to her again, and I keep doing it. She's like, "You have a really weird relationship with Darkseid right now." I was like, "Yeah, I do."
So the other thing I want to point out is that it was the gun notes that got this show canceled. They don't want, and Jared said it earlier, they don't want to.
He had it right there.
Out there.
Which here's the thing. They must think we're stupid because I guarantee you the general audience would know the difference between Tyler Hoechlin and David Corenswet, or David Corenswet and Henry Cavill, for that matter. You can't tell me the general audience is going to be confused. Case in point,
so remember how they remember how they first came out when Corenswet first came on the scene, and he talked about how they looked alike. This trailer, when I saw it, helped me distinguish the difference. They look nothing alike.
Well, fun fact about that: did you know that
Corenswet looks absolutely nothing like Henry Cavill?
Well,
nothing like him.
You know what's kind of funny about that? Everyone acts like, "Oh, Gunn casted Corenswet." Did you know that he was the guy that WB was circling after Zach left to replace Cavill?
Yep, I did know that. Yep.
He's been in their circle since the very beginning.
Yeah. That's what we're gonna talk about it. See, because that's what a lot of people don't know. Y'all think that this just started after BVS?
It didn't.
It didn't. If there are gun fans listening and lurking, y'all about to learn some shit tonight. Y'all gonna know exactly what's about to happen.
Oh, Sin Havoc.
Corenswet was mentioned as far back as 2018.
Sin Havoc's on standby, guys, so don't worry. I told him, Sin Havoc, I need you tonight.
Good. Yeah, excellent. Because he can help us put all the pieces together as far as the timeline goes. So because he's been following this shit real close. But yeah, y'all gonna know the truth, man. You've been played. All of you people who are riding gun and y'all been played. Y'all been played.
Demi Ray era. Hamada wanted Corenswet Harmata wanted Cord Sweat. People don't know that, Charles. There you go.
Yeah.
Harmata also wanted him. Yeah.
My co-host, she didn't know that. As soon as I brought that up, and I was like, yeah, the whole idea about how when Gunn said, oh, I casted him because I casted Lois. No, I guarantee you someone told them, hey, we have this other guy that we've been thinking of to replace Henry. Why don't you go ahead and cast him?
You know, Charles, I think it's time. I'm gonna have to pull that image. You know which one I'm talking about.
Pull it. It's time.
We'll pull it. No, we'll pull it when we get there. We'll pull it when we get there.
Yeah.
But anywho, guys, what do you guys think of all the drama going on? Do y'all like Superman, Lois? I'm loving it. These guys love it, and I hope you guys love it too.
I wish I had tuned into it sooner, man. I really do.
Yeah.
Like that's
yeah.
That's how I'm feeling. And you know what? What I think the plan here is with Gunn, he's trying to starve the Superman fan base of the content, of the on-screen content, so that the only version we get is his version.
That's why I'm kind of convinced that I know that that they said that like filming for the Batman Part 2 starts in 2025. I'm starting to think at some point there'll be production issues, and then Reeves will have to leave. And
you know,
playing a small game.
You know what? I had a conversation with Phil about this a few days ago, and I totally believe that I think we'll get a Batman 2, but I truly believe that that'll be the end of that, and Gunn is going to try to get that version of Batman into his DCU. I think the sign of that happening is if they delay Brave and the Bold. If we see them delay Brave and the Bold, it's because they're going to be waiting till after the Batman 2 to put out the Brave and the Bold, and then they can get Pattinson to be their Batman.
All right, folks, it's time to move on. But last drop, and I think this is a fitting one because let's face it, this one is pretty much going to be the intro of the next and following subjects, because now y'all want to stay tuned because shit's about to go down.
Let's put our cards on the table here, General. You're scared of me because you can't control me. You don't, and you never will. But that doesn't mean I'm your enemy.
Then who is? Zod?
That's what I'm worried about.
Be that as it may, I've been given orders to hand you over to him.
Do what you have to do, General.
The way he just breaks the handcuffs, because you know he could escape if he wants to. Again, it's almost like Snyder gets Superman. Just saying.
Alrighty, so
all right.
I know, guys. I know.
Here we go.
We are at the subject of the hour now here. So, Superman trailer reaction. So,
you know what, Charles? You know what? Let's not even say nothing. Let's just play it and just suck it and just all suffer the pain that we're about to endure.
Wait a minute, hold up, wait. Suck what? You mean suck it up, right?
Suck it up, yeah.
Oh, okay, you said suck it.
You walked right into that one.
Oh, my bad. Did I? Okay.
What you gonna make me suck, dog? Hey,
oh my God. No, my bad. If you know, you know. Okay.
No, anyway, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like,
what I'm trying to say is,
here, so.
What I'm saying is, let's just watch the trailer and then later say something about it.
That sounds good.
Is that
the pause after later? I'm like, wait a second, what's he gonna say next?
My bad. Okay. Where's the thingy?
Okay. There you go. Come on,
get it together, man. Oh, man, that Superman trailer looking good.
Oh man, wow.
Looks good.
What a flawless film.
Oh, look at that.
That looks like a masterpiece.
blueprint.
I like the color grading.
The suit looks great. It actually fits him.
Christopher Nolan. Wow, we were just talking about him.
Yeah. He wrote this. He came up with the story.
Fly, son. It's time. You are not alone. 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 You are not alone.
I'm hyped.
I'm hyped.
Let's go.
I'm hyped.
That's
Obviously-
an epic trailer. Epic.
Obviously, guys, that was not the Superman trailer, as Phil, a staunch supporter of Zack Snyder, said he absolutely will not play that trailer on the stream, so it is not happening.
They
There you
are
go.
still going to come after us for copyright. I'm telling you, for the music, they are going to strike us down.
Oh, yeah, I know.
One.
We can hit for that one for sure.
I didn't see anything.
All right. So I wrote out a whole sheet of stuff here.
Oh God.
It's just kind of what I do.
That's why we love you, Raj.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to talk about this. I want to kick this started right off the back. So obviously, if you've seen the trailer, you know that there is heavy comparisons to Man of Steel because of what the scenes represent. Now, the problem that I have is, why is everybody acting like this is brand new when Zack Snyder already done it?
Or why are people who previously attacked this stuff defending it now?
We are definitely going to get into that. Now, I saw somebody in the chat, and I don't know if they are still here, but they are gun fans. They left. I think it was RJ, Resident Justice.
Oh yeah,
RJ.
yeah,
I think he was here. RJ, if you're still here, if you're in the chat, at least put your input in the chat. But see, what I want to know is this. If gun fans are listening, this is what I want to know. How can you watch that trailer and then watch Cavill's Superman trailer or Man of Steel trailer and not see the similarities in those two things? Okay. Now, keep in mind that James Gunn on more than one occasion already came out, and there's a video to prove it. Matter of fact, I'm going to have my boy cue it up right now. Cue that video up for me. We have a video of your favorite director, James Gunn, saying that he is he is inspired by Zack Snyder. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if Gunn is making a trailer and shooting a trailer with all of those elements of Man of Steel, then why do you have a problem with Man of Steel? That's what I would like to know. I would like for someone intelligent enough and honest enough. There's that word, honesty. Because you saw the same trailer I did. I'm pretty sure at some point you saw Man of Steel. And I'm sure if you rub your brain cells together, you can figure out there are elements in that trailer that are exactly like Man of Steel. For instance, let me go ahead and pull my list up because I wrote everything down.
I'm loving this.
All right.
Charles
So
is going
number one,
tonight.
so I got
Charles, hold on. I'm having some tech issues, so keep cooking while I do that. Okay, hold on.
Okay, all right. So I got 5 major scenes that I wanted to pull apart. So Superman crashes into the icy snow. So this is when he flew down and boom, and he looked all messed up and he's bleeding from the mouth and all that other good stuff.
And wheezing.
Okay. And wheezing, yes. So we got us a scene similar to that during First Flight in Man of Steel. Did we not? Yep. Can somebody sound off in the chat and correct me? So I'm going to go through this step by step and just tell me. Just take the rose-colored glasses off for a second. Open your eyes and open your ears and just tell me that I'm wrong. Okay, so we got an icy, snowy scene just like that when he crashed into the snow, right? Man of Steel. Good. Okay, good. Just making sure. All right. Also, in that same scene, Superman was bleeding. David Cornsett was bleeding. Kind of like the same position again in Man of Steel when Cavill Superman was in Zod's ship, in the Black Zero ship. What happened? He started trying to adapt to that environment. He fell over. He's bleeding from the mouth. Boom. Okay, so those scenes were similar. All right, moving on. The slow-mo scene, saving the little girl. This was one of the scenes where they say certain YouTubers, I'm not going to call their names out, but I am going to, if y'all watching, I'm going to say this. You said that Superman in Man of Steel wasn't boots on the ground. When I can think of several scenes where he was boots on the ground saving people. He might have not saved the little girl that you saw, but he was saving people. Okay, just 3 off the top of my head. Again, Colonel Hardy from Feora when she was going to gut him. You know he was about to die.
One of the
saved
Rangers.
from her. Yep. Saved the soldier that fell from the helicopter. Asked him if he was okay. And then he also saved the A-10 pilot when Feora was jumping out at him, and Superman came in and knocked it. And he was like, the pilot was like, "Oh shit!" But then he knocked her out of the way. And okay, so those are just three things where he was actually saving people.
A bunch more. Literally the beginning of the movie on the oil rig.
Yep.
There's the oil rig scene where he saved a bunch of people. In Batman versus Superman, same thing. He saved the astronauts from the exploding rocket.
Montage scene.
Me and Charles were talking about that.
We
before.
were just talking about that.
There's literally a montage of him saving people.
Of him actually saving people. Now, again, my glasses are clear. My eyes are fine as long as I wear these. Y'all saw what I saw in BVS. So again, tell me what the problem is. Y'all are saying that Superman isn't saving people, but he was. So why is it that suddenly just blinded your eyes when you saw this trailer?
Let's bring it right back to Man of Steel, where the biggest save that he did, and I know the fandom, well, DC, certain section of DC fans want to criticize what he did, but the biggest save he did in that movie was when he saved that entire family from getting blown the fuck away by
end
Zod.
of the film. At the end of the film. And then you come up with excuses as to why he could have saved, or he could have gotten Zod out of the way, or
how would they hold him? There was no kryptonite.
There was no kryptonite. There was no red sun room. There was nothing to contain Zod, and Zod was just as powerful as Superman.
And Zod made it absolutely clear. He made it absolutely clear to Superman that he would not stop until every last human on Earth was eradicated.
Either you die or I do.
That was his mission at that point.
So tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me how you can see a movie like that. Okay, and I want you to take your Zack Snyder blinder glasses off for a second and tell me that if James Gunn made a scene just like that using Henry Cavill and he made Man of Steel, would you love it or would you hate it?
I think they would
because
love it.
We're gonna get to the reasons why you hate Zack Snyder, or the reasons why you, at least in your psychosis, think you hate Zack Snyder. I'm going to put it that way. You think you hate Zack Snyder, but you really don't. So we're going to get to that in just a second. So hold on, I'm not done. All right. Superman hit with the soda can in the back of the head. Now they mixed two scenes there. They showed one from Man of Steel where he was hit in the back of the head with the soda can, but then you had the crowd behind him, just like in BVS, screaming and chanting with their signs, "We hate you," all this other kind of stuff.
Yep.
That was ripped directly from BVS, and him getting hit with the soda can. That was the bully scene in the bar where he was working
in Man of Steel. Yep.
In Man of Steel. So again, take off the clean your glasses off, and tell me what was different about that scene that was so bad that now it's all of a sudden good. Somebody sound off. Tell me why suddenly it's okay.
Right. I love that the soda can scene when the dude tries to shove him, but he's Superman, but he just stays there. He's like, what just happened?
And then one of the most obvious ones, Superman carrying Lois into the air. They did that in Man of Steel. Right at the beginning of that scene where Jor-El says, "You can save them. You can save all of them." He takes off, shooting after Lois as that pod is coming through the atmosphere on fire. He gets her out of the pod, and slowly they're turning in a circle, landing in the crevice where that rocket blew up, basically, where that pod blew up. They show a scene in Superman, this trailer, where he's just flying up in a circle instead of down with Superman. We are not blind. Why are y'all acting like y'all are not watching the same shit we're watching? Why? That's what I want to know. So whoever's a gun fan, come on back. If you're watching this, come on back and sound off in the chat and tell me why those scenes aren't similar. Why suddenly you like that one, but you didn't like Man of Steel?
Here's another thing, dude. So he's making it like no one's done this before. Yeah, well then why is Superman with Lois? Literally every Superman movie is that.
Is with Lois, yep.
If you want to be different, explore a different love interest.
Especially for a Superman who's been around. You know what they're saying, that he's been established. This is a Superman that, he's got other superheroes around him, right? Well, why couldn't you're saying you're a big Superman and Wonder Woman fan, right? Why couldn't Wonder Woman be around him at this time? Let him develop that love interest. Do something different. You know what I mean? No, I totally agree. I think it's interesting just to see how we're just treading old territory all over again.
I think
Speaking of old territory,
they're conflating real storytelling. They're confusing with real storytelling with what they see on film. Just film. Because you right. So Man of Steel was Man of Steel. See, that's what's confusing you guys, and what you don't understand about how Zack Snyder tells a story versus how everybody else tells a story. And we're going to get more into that. But basically, Man of Steel was not a Superman film.
That's why it wasn't called Superman. It was called Man of Steel for a reason.
Yeah. Zack Snyder literally tells you in the movie that this guy this is his first time on a job. You know what scene that was? When homie was on the boat and he said, "Greenhorn, fetch me my binoculars." Greenhorn. Remember that scene? Right before he see the oil rig shit, all of that blew up, and that guy, and he came in there and he was in the he was on the bridge with the captain, and the captain told him, "Greenhorn." Do y'all know what greenhorn means? It means you are new. It means you're green.
I never thought of that.
That's what greenhorn means. Greenhorn means you are new to the job. You are wet behind the ears. You don't know shit. That's what greenhorn actually means.
That's another reason why I love his movies. They're so deep. There's so much crap in there.
If you actually love storytelling and you're just not oohing and ahhing about what you see on screen, then you would know that.
Well,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Even a scene in like the Army of the Dead sequel where he goes, in order to like understand art, you have to engage with it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, Man of Steel, you cannot fairly make a comparison to a Superman film, because even though this is James Gunn's first Superman film, it is an established Superman who supposedly is already in a world that has hope and all this other kind of stuff. Now, here's the problem. You guys are taking Man of Steel and you think that's an actual Superman film, when it is not. He is not Superman. Nobody's calling it. He is not that. They even blur it out.
The name didn't even happen till the very end of the movie.
And if you notice, in the second movie, that's when Superman appears in the title when he's a little established.
Because if I remember correctly, Lois tried to say it, but then it got cut off. She didn't. They completely
cut that out.
It wasn't until the very end when they were talking to the general that she said, "Oh, I got a crush. He's kind of cute." They're calling him Superman or something like that.
Yeah. What's up, Phil?
Guys, so we have someone here that I'm going to highlight that I think deserves a response.
All right, Matthew. Okay, Man
based on what?
Snyder is a hack and doesn't it? Okay, now, so Matthew Day. So give me an example of not understanding the source material.
And why is he a
Give me an example. So you decided you want to jump on here. Snyder is a hack is not a criticism, bro. You got to do better than that. So do better than that. If you know what storytelling is and you know how to tell a story, tell me how he's a hack. Because you don't understand Man of Steel, just admit that.
It'll be crickets. We won't get a response.
Well, because I can tell you, I can break Man of Steel down for you and tell you the elements of that story and how he's not a hack and what he was actually going toward. If you want to listen,
go deep, Charles.
But they don't.
Actually, Charles, do you want me to play that video? It's ready.
Play it.
Shoot me! Basically, my screenplay was done by the time Zach came around, and there was some tooling after that. So I got to work with Zach. I liked Zach a lot as a guy, and he was an incredibly thorough. He did all his own storyboards and stuff, which I think influenced me when I went on to my movies and do the same thing. And I saw how incredibly prepared he was. I thought it was great.
Influenced him, eh? That's the key words I want people to pay attention to.
Mr. Matthew Day, since you decided to roll up in here, Mr. Matthew Day, tell me what that was. Tell me what you just saw.
Mm-hmm.
What did you just see, Matthew Day? Get in the chat and tell me what you just saw. Did you see a director saying that Zack Snyder influenced him? Yet this is the dude y'all going around saying is God's gift to movies when he's inspired by the dude that's better than him. So tell me where that came from. Oh, is that AI? Did Gunn just bullshit and make that up? No, I saw it clear as day. It's an old ass video. So what's your excuse, Matthew Day?
Crickets.
Gunn is trying. I see people saying that like a Gunn is trying to do. Silver Superman and RJ says I think Gunn is trying to do is take something from everything. Yeah, but RJ, that only works if Gunn had not been marketed like I want to do something that no one's ever done before.
Mm-hmm. Remember how at first the rumor was a young Superman? That was the whole reason for them getting rid of Cavill. They needed a young Superman. Well, what story could Gunn possibly be telling that you're telling me that he couldn't tell with Cavill?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You got to do better than Zack Snyder's a hack, because I've been hearing that shit for 3 years. You got to do better than that. Go to an English lit class and take some classes. You got to do better than that when you're talking about me, when you're talking to me about that shit. Tell me how he's a hack.
And you got to
I want you to sound off in the chat and tell me how he's a hack. And I want you to break down sentence structure. I want you to break down storytelling. I want you to break down world building and tell me how he's a hack. Break it down for me, because I can tell you how to world build. I can tell you how to get originality out of a story. I can do that shit. I don't see you doing it.
My God, this is awesome.
Anybody tell me how he's a hack when your favorite ass director James Gunn, who brought you Guardians of the Galaxy and the Suicide Squad, like those were gems, tell me how that director gets on a video and says that Zack Snyder inspired him, but Zack Snyder's the hack? Did you not hear anything that this dude just said? I got ears. I got eyes too. I saw the trailer. Where do you think he got all of that from? Zack fucking Snyder.
Charles is laying the smack down tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
I am so sick of this shit.
Right now, he is Batman in the warehouse scene, punching down on that.
You know what? No. You know what it is? You know what it is?
my god, that's so good.
Let me tell you something. If you still in here, Matthew Day, do you know what long form saga storytelling is? It is when you take a character, okay, with aspirations to do something more, put him in trials and tribulations, test his faith, his honor, his character, and everything about him, and pull his ass out the other side. It's called a hero's fucking journey. Have you ever heard of that, Matthew Day? With respect to Donner, okay, he told a story, a Superman story, in 2 hours and some odd minutes, from the destruction of Krypton to him being the beacon of hope and the symbol of hope. Donner did that, and he did a pretty good job. Oh, and by the way, if you actually want to know what Donner really wanted to do, Man of Steel. That's actually how he wanted to do it. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Did y'all know that's actually the tone Donner wanted?
I didn't know that.
I didn't
That's
know that.
the tone he wanted. That's
And
the
by the
tone he
way,
wanted.
did you guys know that also Christopher Reeve at a certain point didn't want to do the more jokey Superman that they kept forcing him to do?
I did know that.
Exactly.
I have seen interviews with Reeves where he was talking about how they're corporatizing Superman and how he didn't like
So
that.
for those of y'all who care, let me tell you something about storytelling. Storytelling is the very definition of it is interpretation. You're not changing the core of who a character is. All you're doing is bringing them into a world to test that core, to test that character. That's all you're doing. You're not changing who Superman is. And by the way, the reason why Henry Cavill's Superman didn't ideally display hope and optimism in Man of Steel, because he wasn't fucking Superman. He was not Superman yet, guys. Zack Snyder was telling the Man of Steel story. That was the beginning of his arc, from down and out to human beings hating me, all the way through a 5-story arc. And at the end of that arc, you got your hope and optimism where he's breaking open the shirt, and you see the S, and he's flying off and everything else. That was how Zack Snyder chose to tell that story. Just because he chose to tell that story in long form, the hero's journey in long form, doesn't make him a hack. It makes him a goddamn genius. And just because y'all wasn't bright enough to think of that, because the masses and the money people wanted you to tell it this way, doesn't mean he's not a goddamn genius, because he is. So if you really want to know, that was how the story was supposed to go. You were going to get your Man of Steel, green behind the ears, doesn't know what the hell he's doing, Superman. He becomes Superman somewhere in the middle, and then he loses it again by losing Lois. And then he falls. That hero falls. That's the midpoint. Right there. He's falling. And then he's got to pull himself up again with the help of people around him, the Justice League, to bring him back to what the world is really about. Hope and optimism. That was going to be the very last one. But because y'all didn't have patience, because y'all can't sit and say that y'all like storytelling, but you really don't like storytelling. You just like going to the movies and going, ooh, ah. You don't know anything about story and how to tell a story. Because if you did, you wouldn't be over here trying to denigrate every Zack Snyder fan that existed. You'd be on our side. You'd know. So I am so sick and I'm so tired of gun fans jumping in shit that they don't know about, just because they like James Gunn, or just because they're remembering themselves in the 3rd grade. I don't know which one. But you need to grow up, act like adults, because none of this shit is real, number one. But we all like good storytelling, and we can all share in this storytelling thing without this bullshit, because it's not political. We don't do that on this show. We don't do political on this show. We are geeks. We are nerds. We like comic books. We like storytelling. We like talking about the shit without all of the discourse. If you are taking it personal that Zack Snyder told a story that you didn't like, so to the point where you got to get online and denigrate his family and talk about his daughter and all this other kind of shit, what the fuck makes you think Superman's gonna want to hang out with somebody like y'all? Tell me. Y'all getting online, talk about hope and optimism, but then you turn around and talk about somebody's dead daughter? What the fuck makes you think Kal-El, if he were a real person, would actually accept that from you? Grow up. Let the fans like what they like. You like what you like. We like what we like. Excuse me. I have to say, this has got to be the wackiest hashtag ever since. One, Netflix hasn't expressed any such interest, although we've discussed other stuff. And two, Zach hasn't expressed any interest and seems to be happy with what he's doing. And yes, we have talked. Now, let me tell y'all something about that. Gun fans, that was the first shot fucking fired when all of this started. Your boy got on X Twitter like he always does and ran his fucking mouth about something he didn't know shit about, and then lied and said Zach moved on when Zach actually didn't move on. Read it and weep. Are we making that up? Look at the date. Right around when Henry Cavill was getting ready to announce himself coming back and then said suddenly he wasn't. This popped up. Gun fans, your boy started this fight. So I am tired of y'all saying that Snyder fans are the ones that are the cultists. We're the ones that's doing good work. We're the ones that do work with AFSP and suicide prevention. What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all online talking shit, jumping in everybody's threads that like Snyder stuff and talking shit just because you don't understand story structure. Go to school. That's what school is for. That's what English lit is for. That's what theater is for. If you really want to know how to tell a goddamn story, stop getting online talking shit about something you don't know anything about because you don't know shit. I've been reading comics, writing stories, and doing all of this before you were itching your daddy's pants, before you were gleaming his goddamn eye. I've been doing this shit longer.
Oh,
so if you want to jump in somebody's threads and talk that shit, come with something. Don't just come with Snyder's a hack. Don't just come with, oh, Zack Snyder doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, he doesn't follow the source material. Because I can come with the receipts and tell you that all of that is incorrect. Stop being little boys. Stop being little girls. Take the goddamn diaper off. Put on some grown man pants and grown woman pants. Shut the fuck up and learn something. That's what I want. Because I am too old and too tired for y'all bullshit. Now, you want to come to this channel and be a part of this family? You are more than welcome, because ideally that's how we started. Our mission statement was that we want everybody to come over to this channel and enjoy this channel and talk about geek shit, whether we disagree or not. But you're going to respect us. You're not going to jump up in here talking crazy, because I'm going to jump all in your ass. And you see my face. So let me tell you something. I may be a geek and I may be a nerd, but I'm hood. So if you come talking that shit, go and give me your address. And you can come see me. And we can talk about it. If this geek shit is that serious to you, or serious enough for you to get your eye socket punched in, then come on. If not, let's go and talk some geek shit and have some fun, y'all.
Jesus, that was awesome.
Charles,
no, but it's like it's the same with the people.
I'm scared of you now, dude.
Here's the thing.
I don't like little kids, dude. I'm done with the bullshit. If you're a grown man, act like one, bro. We all like this geek shit, and we all like feeling like a kid again when we read it. But when you display that shit online and you act like a 6-year-old online, I got a problem with that.
This is our escape
on that. Even on that, it's like I encounter these people that say he's not accurate to the comics. Which comics? There's been 80 years of them. At what point where's the cutoff point? Because you're talking Golden Age, then I'm sorry, Snyder is accurate to that. If you're talking post-Christ, he's accurate to every age. Here's what these fake fans don't realize. Yes, I'm calling them fake fans.
Because they are.
Yeah, he may not be.
They're not real.
Let me put it this way. Here's the thing. He may not have adapted your stories, but guess what? Your version of the characters is not the only version of the characters that have existed. DC reboots 80 frickin' times. Your version is not the only version of the character that exists. Your version is not the only valid version that exists.
Fucking multiverses, man. Come on.
Well, even on that, even in the main canon, they rebooted so many times. There's so many. Every time a new writer comes on a book, they change it. Tom King is taking Wonder Woman, but I'm not saying that's not. Well, actually, I am saying that's not Diana, but that's beyond the point. My point is, no one, literally no one, has the right to tell us that we are not fans. To tell us anyone that likes Snyder that they are not fans. And if you engage in that gatekeeping bullshit, then guess what? I'm sorry. I'm going to say this. You are not a real fan. Because a fan, yes, a fan likes this stuff. Hell yeah. But a fan also accepts disagreement. I got news for you. This is not real life. My not liking Lois or my loving Zach's movies is not going to adversely affect your life. We're not dealing with Republicans versus Dems.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be
not doing that shit.
Yeah, it shouldn't be gun fans versus Snyder fans. It should just be fans hanging out, talking about Superman stuff. But no, because you know what? Just because Snyder did not make a story that you wanted, all of a sudden he's not accurate to Superman. No, because guess what? Superman has had more than one storyline. Hell, he was the first superhero. So I'm sorry, and by most of you were not alive when the stories that you like to say Snyder should adapt or Snyder was not accurate to were written. So shut up. I'm just going to tell you that. So shut up.
Shut the F up.
DC has existed since 1938. Superman has existed since 1938. And I'm fairly certain that he hasn't been the same thing throughout the he hasn't been the same monolith of a character. He hasn't been the same flat character throughout his character arc. I'm sorry, no. I may be a relatively young, handsome man, but I'm fairly certain that the way Superman, the way I see Superman, is not the only valid version of this character. So anyone that goes into my DMs or my friends' DMs and drops the N-word for not liking Superman with Lois, I'm sorry. I agree with Charles. Superman would be disgusted with you.
He would be absolutely horrified. You are literally on a YouTube channel or on a YouTube channel or X or wherever you go to talk about your discourse and what you don't like, and then you cut somebody out. You talk about somebody's family, and then you say hope and optimism. Really?
Yeah. The minute I saw someone,
I don't remember Superman. I don't remember Superman jumping up and talking about somebody's dead kids or cussing somebody out online or all of the stuff that I've read and all the stuff that I've seen. I haven't seen Superman do that. So why is it that you turn around and saying that you like a character this way, but you don't act anything like that character?
Oh, and by the way, and by the way, if you're gonna tell us to move on, you first. Because I'm sorry. First off, moving on, that doesn't mean I can't like his movies, watch them, discuss them with my friends on my YouTube channel, with my audience. I'm going to tell you this. If you don't like Snyder's movies and are too close-minded and are going to come into my chat or Lethal Geeks chat or any of the stuff.
Uh-oh. We lost him.
We might have lost Jared.
Oh, Jared.
He was cooking too.
Oh,
there
he's
he is.
back.
There he is. He's back. Okay.
I know what I want to say.
They're after you, dude. They're trying to shut you down, man.
I can reboot it. Because I'm sorry. If you're going to come into my chat or Lethal Geeks chat or any of the other like Snyder Friends chat and tell us to move on just because we like Zach's movies, I'm sorry, you move the F on. You first. Stop talking about Zach at all. Because if you really want us to move on, you start.
All right, and I wanted to touch on what Jared just said. So, about this whole moving on thing, do you really want to know why we're not moving on, guys? I'll tell you why. this may sound old fogey to y'all because of my age and everything, but I believe in fair play. Okay, I believe in being fair. I believe in honesty. I believe in integrity. Okay, those things matter to me. When you take a man's life's work and you fucking destroy it all because you're trying to be like some other company, I have a problem with that. Okay, I never liked Superman. Let's start there. He was not my guy. I mean, I liked Superman, but Batman was my guy. It was Keaton's 89 that set it off for me. I didn't like Superman that way until Man of Steel, because finally somebody was telling an actual Superman story, a Superman journey, not just in one film, but over the course of several films. That's what got me interested in it. Okay. Just imagine for a moment. I want you to close your eyes and I want you to imagine for a moment. We're in an alternate universe. There is no such thing as Zack Snyder. There's just James Gunn. Okay? There's just James Gunn. James Gunn is the one that made Dawn of the Dead. James Gunn is the one that did Watchmen. James Gunn is the one that did 300. And then Christopher Nolan taps him to build the universe up at DC, starting with Man of Steel. First movie comes out, it's fantastic, but because people don't understand the movie, they didn't understand that this was an origin story, that this wasn't the hope and optimism Superman just yet. The critic scores were pretty low. Okay. And then they turn around and they try to catch up with Marvel. So they come to Gunn and they say, Gunn, we want you to make, Batman versus Superman. And Gunn's like, what? Wait a minute. I got a Man of Steel 2 script here. I got no, we want you to catch up with them. So Gunn says, all right, I'll do this instead. He does that. It makes $878 million. Let's just call that $1 billion for inflation. Okay. Made great money, but they pull it early. Okay. They pull it early because 3 or 4 bloggers got online and said that the movie was dark. That's not my Superman. Blah, 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 blah. So they pull the movie early. It doesn't really jump over $1 billion like it should have with the actual ticket numbers, but that's cool. So then they rush a Justice League. Okay. They rush a Justice League. They tap him to go ahead and start writing his Justice League and getting that together. And then James Gunn loses somebody. God forbid he doesn't have kids, but let's just say, what if he loses his wife or he loses his brother? Something like that. Tragic. Okay. He's already at the boiling point with the studio because they keep telling him to make his Justice League film more like a Marvel film. And then he loses somebody. And then he says, you know what? This is all too much for me. I'm going to step away and handle my family business. Warner Brothers says to James Gunn, oh yeah, you go right ahead. You take care of what you need to. We'll bring in Joss Whedon to finish your movie for you. Very important, guys. Finish your movie for you.
Connective tissue.
And then they bring Joss Whedon in and he completely destroys your fucking movie. Not just your movie, but by and large, he just destroyed the rest of your universe by what he did. Okay? They really don't tell you this is what's going on, but this is what just happened. All right? Now, after that happened, and after you guys find out that Gunn actually has a version of that movie that's way better than what you saw in the theater, Gunn fans, tell me this. Would you or would you not get your asses up, come campaign for the director that you love until the wheels fall off? Tell me. If you tell me no, I know you fucking lying.
You know what? Let me add to that real quick, Charles, because in a sense, some of their fans already kind of did. Some of Gunn's fans already kind of did, because remember when he got fired from Disney? You remember what happened?
I was about to touch on that. Yeah.
Like when he got fired from Disney because of like the tweets that went out there. I don't want to touch on what the tweets are or whatever, but when he got fired for that, his vision was in jeopardy when it came to Guardians of the Galaxy. There was a point where the studio was going to move on without him And his fans rallied for him. The actors rallied for him, and in the end, he was able to come back and finish his story.
Now, can I add something real quick?
Yep. Go ahead, Phil.
I was one of those advocating for him to get his Guardians 3.
Phil, guilty. I was one that I was like, okay, yeah, his tweets was fucked up.
Me too.
Okay, cool. I got that. But let that man finish his arc. This was before I knew what type of dude he actually was. But I was with you. I was there saying, let this man finish his arc. Let him finish Guardians of the Galaxy. He deserves that. Y'all fought for James Gunn against the tweets, which were out of line. It doesn't matter if it was a long time ago.
Doesn't matter how long it was still out of line. Exactly.
It was still out of line. Keep that in mind, James Gunn fans. It was still out of line. Okay. Take it, stop being a little kid, grow up and listen to what I'm saying here. It was still out of line. Okay. He's a grown-ass man, even if he didn't mean any of that shit. He was a grown-ass man acting like a child on social media when he was supposed to be a professional, an executive, and all of this other shit. Okay. That's what he was supposed to be. So Disney rightly fired him. They were in the right to do that. All right. But because of the rallying cries and because of you guys, they brought him back, which I thought was cool. Okay. They brought him back. Zack Snyder did nothing more than like a movie that y'all didn't like. Y'all let a studio tell you lies about a creative, about a director. Y'all let that happen. Y'all listen to a studio. Do y'all know what the purpose of a studio is? They are there to make money. Granted, the people they hire are supposed to help them make that money, but the people that they hire, it is their visions. It is their takes on stuff. Okay? Their versions, their visions. Zack Snyder did nothing more than make an interpretation of a film that you didn't understand. And let's just be real, you didn't understand it. You didn't sit down. You didn't watch that movie and actually absorb it. You didn't. And then he loses his daughter. So you tell me why he deserved to get fired or let go or whatever you want to call it from WBD after losing his kid and making a movie that y'all didn't like. But James Gunn gets to come back after those god-awful tweets that he made. But he gets to come back. And you're trying to tell me that there's not some sort of fucking conspiracy going on here? When this man was dabbling around DC way before Man of Steel even came out? Did you know about Jeff Johns? Did you know about Walter Hamada? Did you know about any of those guys? Did you know what they were doing behind the scenes? They've been trying to turn DC into Marvel for longer than you think. They've been trying to do this. Christopher Nolan was the backstop for that. Christopher Nolan was the one that said, no, we're going to do it this way because this is the essence of DC. This is the blueprint of DC. Serious characters. Yeah, you got characters in there that can be humorous or funny. But as I mentioned before, when you read a DC comic book and you read a Marvel comic book, there is a difference. Now, morons will tell you that there isn't. Morons will just look at the surface and look at the pictures and just say it's just dialogue. Do any of you people who claim to love story, do y'all know what prose are?
No.
Prose is a style of the way someone writes. It is their blueprint, it's their definition of who they are. It's how they write sentence structure. It's how they write their characters. DC, their comic books are written way more serious than Marvel comic books are. They just are. You can't translate a DC comic book, especially a Justice League comic book, especially one involving Darkseid and Steppenwolf. You can't translate that into a comedic take. You can't do that. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work, which was why Joss Whedon's movie failed. You are trying to change a structure of a place, a blueprint of a place, of an IP, and you're trying to turn it into something that doesn't belong. That's not what it is. How would you feel if DC actually had a Feige-like character at DC, and the MCU is the one in trouble right now, like real trouble. And that DC head went over to the MCU and said, we're going to make everything like DC. How would you feel? Tell the truth. How would that make you feel? Because y'all are the ones that like the bright, shiny stuff and whatever it is that's going on over there at the MCU. Y'all like that shit. What if they said that we're going to make everything more serious, more adult, more dark? How would you feel? You wouldn't like it, would you? And I'm speaking strictly to the MCU fans. Would that be fair? If a DC head went over to Disney and decided to change everything into a DC formula, would that be fair? In my eye, that would not be fair. Because you are basically making everything Burger King. Why can't I have McDonald's? Why can't I have Wendy's? Why can't I have Sonic?
Or like the way that, or like my issue with Gunn is that he's making the movies like the way the comics were when he was reading, like with Guy Gardner's stupid haircut, which by the way, he doesn't have that haircut in the comics anymore, but somehow he has to be like that, or he has to go with the Justice International. I'm like, listen, Gunn, I get it. That's not what the comics are.
Well, we were just talking about that earlier. Yeah, me and Rox was talking about that. I'm gonna let you cook, Rox, in just a second. But basically, in a nutshell, me and Rox talked about that. The difference between Zack Snyder and James Gunn, basically, Zack Snyder is taking the adaptation of the comic and making it his own, grounding it with realism in his movies. James Gunn is making a movie wholly surrounded by he's trying to make a comic book movie, a real comic book movie. He picks up a comic and he's trying to make his movie exactly like what he sees in there. No real ideas on his own, except for
he's not adapting the comic book to the real world. He's creating the comic book world on screen is what he's doing. And I think that's why I have such a hard time relating to what he's doing, and why, as a 36-year-old adult, I relate more to what Snyder was doing, because he was bringing superheroes into the real world, into the world that we live in.
Exactly.
By the way, RJ's back.
Hey, RJ, what's up?
How
you doing?
Gotcha, man. I'm sure that screenshot you have is screens like fake is making fun of Hillary Clinton's post in 2016. Unless you're just putting it on the screen to have a laugh, which is totally cool. Oh yeah. Yeah. We know that was.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is this: you can't see what you can't pretend to not see what we all see here. It's that the pretending has to stop. So in my opinion, he's trying to find fans. He's trying to obviously pull people from the MCU. So people that loved him over at the MCU, he's gonna have those fans. But those particular fans are not DC fans. It does not matter how much they support James Gunn.
We're a different breed.
Sorry, you're not. You may support James Gunn, but you tell the truth. You are not going to go see that DC that Superman movie. You know you're not. And the ones that do, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you, Charles, because is there anything else that you want to hit on from the trailer, from the actual trailer, that you didn't touch on yet? Before I go ahead and ask you what I want to ask you.
Let me see.
Yeah, let's wrap the trailer up.
No, I'm good. That's it. Yeah.
So because and trust me, man, as a fan, I'm totally with you 110%. I understand the criticisms. I understand your feelings. I understand all of that, because I feel the exact same way. But to try and stay neutral, I want to ask you, is there anything from Gunn's trailer that you enjoyed, that you thought does look interesting, that sparked your attention?
Not really. Well, I'll tell you this. It's hard to gauge because, as you know, Man of Steel, they had certain dialogue that you listen to with the scenes that kind of drew you in. It's kind of hard to tell with just what I saw. There wasn't enough. I'm a dialogue guy. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I look for certain things, how certain things are delivered and things like that across the spectrum of the entire trailer. I didn't get that. However, I did like the shot, even though they're trying to say that they did slow motion better than Zack Snyder. Again, comparing this instead of just enjoying the shot and saying that was a cool shot, they got to compare it to Zack Snyder slow mo. But anyway, the shot where he was saving the girl, where he slid in that first time when he slid in and they slowed it down, I like that shot, and I also like the shot, even though I don't like Mr. Terrific's sideburns and the way he did his hair and all that other kind of, that's just ridiculous. But I did like him in the dome thing, where the things were making him, where he was in the dome and they were shooting at him and it was reflecting off that. I like that shot right there. That's really all that I got. I didn't get an emotional connection to the Superman character, Corn Sweat's character, simply because I didn't. There wasn't anything that was no connective tissue there. With the Man of Steel trailer, they had dialogue in it. You heard Jarrell in the back. You know, you heard all this stuff. So that's pretty much all I got out of it. What about you?
I had a lot of the same feelings that you did when it came to the trailer. I will say there was the first shot where you actually see Superman, and he lands in the snow, and you got the shot where it's all he's like, it's just all white snow, and then you just see him in his suit. That's probably the only time in the trailer I actually really dug the colors on the suit, because they actually popped with all the white snow behind it. I thought that was a cool shot. I was incredibly turned off by that giant kaiju in the film. I don't know what they're doing with that. I just think the design of it looks horrible. When you actually, if you actually freeze up on that frame and zoom into its face, it looks very cartoonish. It just looks kind of out of place.
But see, that's what I mean. His movies end in a kaiju. Think about it for a second. Even Peacemaker ended in a kaiju. It was the creature with the creature in the end that's a kaiju. It was, everything was a kaiju. Everything that ended like that was a kaiju. That's what it felt like to me. Suicide Squad, the Starfish, kaiju. It was all that.
I wonder, like I don't know, like, is that some sort of, like, I don't think that he would try to end the film with a giant battle with a kaiju. You know what I mean? Like, I hope not. So I don't know where that fits in. There was a couple other things I did want to point out. I was not a big fan of Lex Luthor. I know a lot of people dig the actor Nicholas Hoult.
Agent 47, bro.
Yeah, I got Agent 47 vibes, and I feel like he looks too young. He looks too much like a kid. I did not get Lex Luthor vibes, and it's crazy because of some of the comments I'm seeing from pro-gun people were saying, "Oh my God, it's the best interpretation of Lex," and they were really digging at Jesse Eisenberg in a lot of the comments, which I thought was kind of uncalled for.
I'm gonna circle back to that, by the way.
Yeah, but this Lex doesn't do it for me. He doesn't give me nefarious vibes. I don't feel like I'd be afraid of this man. You know what I mean? Whereas with Eisenberg's Lex, there was a diabolicalness to him. You know, you knew that dude was legit crazy. I would not want to deal with him in a situation. You know, so
exactly.
Sin Havoc posted very well. Agent 47 meets weak James Bond villain.
Well,
yes,
and not only that, my issue with it, because I enjoyed the trailer for the most part.
Lead his comment up for me.
Yeah, and but by the way, RJ, two things. I want to respond to RJ's comment too. That's something that I kind of enjoyed, but how do you know that's going to be what the movie is, RJ? See, here's my problem with a lot of gun fans. They never, they're acting like he is the Jesus Christ of DC, and not like criticizing him when he deserves to be criticized, like where he used a sex clip to promote Creature Commandos, or where our first look at Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman is their impaled corpses. I'm sorry. That is freaking ridiculous.
Exactly. That's taking a shot. Now I wanted to read his comments. So, and I appreciate RJ coming on, man. Like I said, I want to hear from everybody, man, because you guys need to hear why we feel the way we feel. And I don't think you have a true interpretation of why we feel the way we feel. So he said, I appreciated the trailer's serious tone and music. It took itself and the character seriously, which it needed to. It needs to feel different from his past work. And he is 100% correct, only it was already done. That's the problem, RJ. If you pay attention to the trailer, just watch it again. You are going to see those same elements that they talk about being serious, and he cut the trailer that way. Watch the Man of Steel trailer. It is
watch them side by side.
Watch
side by side.
The only difference is they added a dog.
They added a dog. That's the only difference. Now, like I said, if there was no such thing as James Gunn or Zack Snyder, and James, and there was just James Gunn, and we didn't know anything about Zack Snyder, and James Gunn dropped his trailer, we'd all be like, "Who y'all? That was dope," because that would be the only Superman and the only interpretation of Superman that we know. So we would probably congratulate that. And we saw that already.
I gotta throw in real quick
already.
I gotta throw in real quick about that whole kaiju thing. You know, a lot of people will rip on the CGI design of Doomsday from Zack Snyder's BVS, but I'm sorry, that kaiju is way fucking uglier. Like that is some horrible looking CGI. Like I have to say it. It's
particularly
bad,
when you look at the Doomsday design that Zach wanted to go with, and I'm like, that's the comics right there.
Yeah. So RJ, you are absolutely right. This was what he needed to do to and he got the attention of the people he needed to get. He did it with this trailer. Now, I'm not going to go see the movie. Like I said, I'm not going to go see the movie whether the movie is good or not. I've already made that perfectly clear. Why? Because Henry Cavill deserved his shot. He deserved his art to be told. I am not going to start off another universe with something new when this one wasn't finished. It's just not something I'm going to do. I can't.
And Charles, to your point, you don't know if they're going to pull the rug away from Gunn as well. Yeah. As far as you know, let's say you did see Gunn Superman, and let's say you liked it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, in the next, let's say it doesn't perform well, because Gunn himself was clear that if this doesn't perform well, we're not going to get to make more movies. I think that's why he's.
And why do you think he's rushing Supergirl, Lanterns, Peacemaker?
He's trying to get as much in right now as he can.
Exactly. Think about the reversal.
I highlighted that exact fact that comic.
Think about the reversal. Think about the hypocrisy of this whole thing for a second, RJ. Just think about what I'm saying for a second. Batman
Actually, you know what?
Superman.
Before that, let's refresh the hypocrisy here. Hold on.
Okay.
RJ?
Basically, my screenplay was done by the time Zach came around, and some tooling after that. So I got to work with Zach. I liked Zach a lot as a guy, and he was an incredibly thorough. He did all his own storyboards and stuff, which I think influenced me when I went on to my movies and do the same thing. And I saw how incredibly prepared he was. I thought it was great.
Well, I get this call in the sea.
Now, going from that, RJ, and just hear me out. Going from what you just saw, and also another article that came out that talked about how Zack Snyder was influenced by Zack Snyder's Man of Steel when he made his Superman, Man of Steel. And who else was he influenced by? Christopher Reeve's Superman. So he can't. These are things that he said. We didn't make James Gunn say these things. So how is it that that Gunn fans can leapfrog over what he said and jump straight to Zack Snyder and say I hate Zack Snyder? Make that psychologically make sense for me.
And by the way,
make that make sense for me.
And RJ, and by the way, again, I like the trailer, but even I gotta admit, the trailer is straight up him doing what Zach already did. RJ, so and you're saying, I don't want Gunn to do exactly what Zach does. He did in the trailer. That's what it is. That's what the trailer showed me. It's just Man of Steel again.
And listen, RJ, listen, we're not actually. First of all, thank you for being here because. I know you go to a lot of YouTube channels and have these conversations. I think it's the first or second time you'll be here. So first of all, thank you for being here. And I want you to come here. This is what we want. We want to bring everybody here so we can have these conversations because, listen, we're not trying to pick fights or try to control it. We're just trying to educate people and explain to them why things are the way they are, why this movie makes sense, why this doesn't make sense, what are the comparisons between movies and trailers, et cetera, et cetera. That's what we're trying to do here, guys. All right? So please, again, we're not going, and if somebody thinks that they feel like, but maybe a little bit embarrassed that maybe, oh shit, they were right, I was wrong. You know what? It's cool.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing.
Again, this is about bringing people over
Phil,
exactly. Hold up. Let me read this. So he makes a point. Good point. So he says again, not trying to be mean or rude, and you're not. We appreciate the feedback. That's why we wanted people on here. But I love the clip. It's great when filmmakers are inspired by one another. I think the fan wars between both directors are lame. RJ, that's exactly that last part. It's great when filmmakers are inspired by one another. That's exactly what I'm saying, brother. There is nothing wrong with what James Gunn said. There's nothing wrong with James Gunn even taking inspiration from Zack Snyder. The problem is Gunn fans are washing that all out like he didn't say that. They're pretending Zack Snyder has got inspiration from something. His Rebel Moon comics inspired by heavy metal. Come on, bro. Phil, everybody's inspired by somebody. Christopher Nolan is inspired by somebody. He wasn't just the great. All of a sudden, he jumped on stage and he was the best at it. He wasn't born into being the GOAT. Okay, he came from something. Someone inspired him. Something inspired him. That's what made Christopher Nolan the GOAT. He didn't just pop up being the GOAT. Everybody takes inspiration from everybody. That is the way creativity works. There's nothing wrong with that. I am just saying, if you are going to give Gunn credit, which is cool, then be fair about it. That's all we're saying. Be fair about it. Don't act like James Gunn didn't take inspiration from Zack Snyder. He worked with the man. They worked on Dawn of the Dead together. Let's not pretend like that didn't happen. They know each other. So, of course, he took inspiration from him. But let's not pretend like just because people got their information wrong with WB and what they did to Zack Snyder, and it wasn't Zack Snyder's fault, by the way, and I can't understand why people keep riding the coattails of a company when they should be supporting their directors and creators and people that actually make this shit. But I digress. It's only fair that you give credit to that person that inspired them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Gunn doesn't have talent. He has his niche. He has his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Just not with this. Zack Snyder is better at it than him when it comes to this.
And to be clear, Gunn can we're not saying keep Gunn away from DC in period. At least I'm not saying that, because he could do like, of course not, small because he's good at doing like Z-list characters. That's fine.
I was going to bring that point. I was going to say, because that is Gunn, James Gunn. That is your niche. Because okay, I'm gonna be upfront with you guys. Okay. I wasn't going to watch Creature Commandos. Obviously, I watched the episodes where the controversial scenes happened. And then I was like, fuck. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy a chance. And I watched episode 4. And that's when it hit me. I'm going to give credit where it's due, James. You got me there. Because I get now what you love. You love these obscure characters.
And he said that.
You feel, but here's why. Because you feel, and maybe this is the niche that you're trying to market. You're trying to reach out to the lonely guy. To the lonely guy that you know what, always wanted the hot chick in high school, but was rejected all the time. Hence why
that's what his universe feels like. That's what it feels like. His universe reminds me of an 80s film where the nerd was always getting his ass whooped, and then he finally showed up and showed out at the end of the film, and he was the hero in the end. That's what James Gunn's films remind me of, which is okay. There is a pocket for that. There is an audience for that because that type of movie, that type of film, the misfit characters resonates with those type of people. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that, but don't headline your universe with that when the audience doesn't know that. They don't, the general audience doesn't know these characters. You're trying to push a universe to the general audience. As far as they know, the last Superman they had was Henry Cavill. I'm just saying.
Charles, let me jump in with something real quick. Phil, could you highlight Qatar's comment of it's a little bit up there. It says the 1978 music didn't work since 1983. Because I wanted to touch on the music, because that's something I talked to you. I think I talked to Charles about this. That was one of my issues with this is, okay, I understand taking inspiration from Donner's Superman and wanting to use that theme, because apparently, you know, apparently they just can't get past using Donner. Sorry, who was the one that did that theme? It wasn't Donner.
John Williams.
John Williams. Sorry, John Williams. Yeah. They just can't get past using the John Williams theme song for some reason. But here's my issue is that, and this is what I appreciated what Zach was doing. It's a different theme. Every hero in the Snyderverse had their own theme, and it was different from what came from the past. Batman's theme was not the Batman theme that we got with the Keaton movies and that whole era of Batman.
More with Nolan.
And same with Nolan, right? So Nolan, when he did his Batman and his Batman theme, he crafted his own thing. It was specific for his trilogy of movies. This is my issue. There's no originality with that music. You threw some electric guitar over top. Why couldn't you guys compose something that stands out and is created for your version of Superman? That's what Zach did. That's why everybody loves that first flight scene is because of that music in the background, man. That Superman theme as he's flying. That the score that Junkie XL did, it's phenomenal, and it suited the character. It was original. It was different from what came before.
It stood out.
It stood out. Yeah.
He was just trying to give you a grown ass man Superman for adults. He knows the Donner version. Of course, Snyder knows the Donner version. Obviously he read
exactly.
The shit. He knows. It's not like he doesn't. He was just trying to.
It wasn't for his version of the character. He wanted to do his own thing, and that's what I appreciate. And I feel like we're taking steps back with this Superman. Why are we going back into the past? And you got to use elements from past Supermans that don't have any relation to what you're doing. Do your own thing. And keep in mind,
they did that already. They did that with Brandon. They did that with Brandon Roth Superman, and I love Brandon Roth is my three favorite Superman. Obviously Henry Cavill, and then Tyler Hoechlin, and then Brandon Routh. I loved Brandon Routh as Superman, but the movie around him, but the film around him is what the problem was.
Charles,
it wasn't him.
Well, even Superman and Lois did it. They had their own specific theme for that Superman.
Well, yeah. And Charles, by the way, do you know why Ruth had the Reeves film? Because that's technically still the Reeves Superman. That's the thing. I see a lot of people saying that like Superman should only have the John Williams theme because that's the way James Bond does it. That's the way Star Wars does. And I'm like, when you reboot the character and create an entirely different version, because James Bond has had different versions of other characters. James Bond has changed, but he still maintained relatively similar themes. Superman has drastically changed from Reeves to Cavill. So it's I'm still a believer that every Superman should have their own theme.
Where's that video that you sent, Rox? You sent me a video, or somebody in the chat, if you can do it. What's this cartoon character?
Oh, the SpongeBob video.
The SpongeBob. Yeah, send me the SpongeBob.
I'll send it to you right now.
Send it on the group on the chat. You know which one?
The Precinct.
Yeah, the Precinct. So let's hear this out, and then we're gonna move on to our next topic because we've got a lot more to cook, guys. But first of all, I want to thank you guys for sticking with us. This is gonna be a long one, but worth it because we're closing the year strong. So, guys, if you're in here,
all right, you ain't gonna have me up here at 3:00 in the morning, dog.
No, of course not. But
I know. No, you should have it.
That's why. But that's why I want to move on to the next subject. There's a lot to talk about. But either way, like, share, and subscribe. And now, hold on a second.
Check the Precinct. It's there.
Yeah. All right. So I want you guys to pay attention. All right? And tell me it's not the same thing.
Hooray! Hooray! That was great, Squidward. All those wrong notes you play made it sound more original.
What? I didn't play any wrong note.
Yeah, see, you're playing it like this. When ordinarily it goes like this. I'm partially doing it in the key of A minor myself.
Talk about a theme that feels hopeful.
And if you hear, if you have the, And if you have the privilege to listen to that score live, do it.
And turn it up loud. You hear all the notes, all the horns, the violins, the piano in there. You hear it all. It's beautiful. But actually, you know what, guys? You know what my favorite, actually, that is a great theme. But you know what, my favorite two songs on Man of Steel are actually situated around General Zod.
Zod,
It's called General Zod. General Zod is just, it is beautiful. And then I like the way they just cut it off and then they just bring it back with the violins, and it just goes up and up and up and up and up, and then they just drop it right there. I'm just like, I can listen to that over and over again. General Zod, if y'all listen to it, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful song. But yeah, all the songs surrounded by him, by General Zod, that's my that's my shit.
That works.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite villain, by the way. So yeah.
Okay, guys. So obviously a lot of feedback, breaking down the trailer here and there.
What about you, Phil? Was there anything that you liked, or specifically, like, was there anything that stood out to you? Like, I just want to share the positive vibes with the audience.
Yeah. I'll keep it brief, but this is pretty much what happened after the trailer hit.
And who here is a key grip? You. Hit that director in the face. Really fucking hard.
Sorry, man.
Ow. Oh. Dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Okay.
That was a great movie.
I loved Crypto. I feel bad that Crypto's going to get a lot of hate. The dog is not at fault. But pretty much you guys already said it. It's Man of Steel in a gun version. That's pretty much what it is. So I there's nothing more to say, guys. I'm sorry. And one thing I will say is when you see Superman, you feel that aura. They're like, wow. I don't feel that with Corn Sweat. I felt it with Cavill. Like, I would literally, dude, people, when they go and see Cavill down in the street, what do they say?
They still yell Superman.
Yeah. So that says it all. I'm sorry, dude. Like, listen, it's not kind of for me. However, I am going to do this because I do want to be. I want to be fair with all you gun fans. I want to be fair. So I know Charles ain't going to watch it, and that's totally fine. I'm going to go watch it because, again, I want to understand what is it that you guys are liking about this. Just like I went and saw Creature Commandos, and I got it. I'm like, okay, this is the type of audience that James Gunn is trying to market. I want to know how more deep does it go? Because again, there's a market for everybody. James Gunn, that's his niche. Focus on that, dude. Focus on your little
Because
character.
I'm going to tell you right now. If you are following Gunn from the MCU, just because it's James Gunn, then you are wasting your time. You are wasting your energy, and you are wasting your money. It's that simple. Because if you are not really a true DC fan and you're just following James Gunn because he happens to be at DC, you are wasting your time, you are wasting your energy, you are wasting your money. That simple. It's that simple. I love DC, but I don't love everything about DC. And it isn't necessarily the comics. It's more about what they are doing to DC, what Warner Brothers is doing to DC. That's what turns me off. Just because I don't like what a company is doing, it doesn't mean I don't like the IP. It means do better. Me not liking something means do better. If you are paying your hard-earned money, and hard money is hard to come by, okay? It's going to get harder for a lot of people. When you take your family out and you spending your hard-earned money to go see a product, to see something, you want it to be something that was made with you in mind. Okay, it's literally that simple. Okay, you can't equally say that Gunn is the greatest thing since sliced bread and Snyder's a hack while also using Zack Snyder for a reference. It doesn't make sense. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Get out of your feelings. Get out of your immature feelings about how you feel about Gunn and Zack Snyder and all that. Think about what I'm saying as an adult for a second. Use your head. It doesn't make sense for you to denigrate an actor, a director you know nothing about. As far as I know, I think that y'all been getting y'all information from people who've been lying to y'all, and they've been lied to as well. It's been a trickle-down effect when it comes to this whole Zack Snyder thing. You don't know the truth. But the problem is you don't care to know the truth. That's what makes it worse. You are going off of an assumption that was made about a director from a company that didn't like him simply because a bunch of people jumped online and talked about his Man of Steel and his BVS, which were masterpieces, by the way. And you're just jumping on the hate train. That doesn't show intelligence. That shows immaturity. So in the future, if you're going to support James Gunn, then support James Gunn, because he needs your support. He's going to need all of you guys. If you really actually like James Gunn, he's going to need your support. Otherwise, his Superman's going to bomb. It's that simple. It's going to fail. So for the sake of peace and for the sake of liking what you like, comment on his stuff. Go to Gun fans pages and have that camaraderie around them and say, like we do with Zack Snyder. We all get together. We all
blasting Zack, though.
Yeah, exactly, without blasting Zack, obviously. But yes, do that. Support your favorite director instead of seeing something that we post and then turning it around and talking trash about it just because you can. Just because you have a keyboard and fingers doesn't mean you should be typing anything, especially when the shit's coming out of your head is immature and stupid. So there we go.
Guys,
you rebooted a universe that didn't need to be rebooted.
Well, actually, did he really reboot? Because he kept Suicide Squad and Creature Commandos. So
yeah, that's true too.
I don't count that
He
as a
rebooted
reboot.
as far as I'm concerned, because if it's not Justice League 2, 3, and New
that's
Gods and all that other kind of shit, he rebooted as far as I'm concerned. Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're gonna change the subject. This will be a brief one, but obviously we gotta entertain people. You know, are you not entertained, guys? Are you guys asleep? Let me wake you all up.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I love it.
Okay, so long story short, Zazzy saw the trailer, and well, he already punched him. We saw that, but then later, he
before you drop that, Phil, the rumor was he actually saw two versions of the trailer. The rumor was he saw a trailer, told them to make it better. Then they came back with another trailer, which is the one that we all saw.
Okay, so the first one, this is what happened.
You see, the thing is that he's not feeling well. Plus, you don't feel good.
Jelly! What's the matter with you? We never discuss Mr. Vidi's health outside the family. You know better than that. Sit down. Sit down. You want a fresh one?
So hold on. You said 2?
Yeah.
So
That's the rumor.
That's the first one. Okay. So the second one.
Never correct me in public again. Do you understand that? You broke my heart, Jelly. You broke my heart.
I was going to point out that
before anybody say anything, I want to mention this. So look, he saw 3 versions of the trailer. Now, whether it's 3, 4, 5, at this point it doesn't matter, because I want you to think about the trajectory for a second. He saw the first trailer. He said, make it better. He saw the second or the third or whatever conversation happened after that, and suddenly he's selling stocks for $30 million. Now, if y'all want to know, George Clooney is David Zaslav, and the dude in the red hat, that was James Gunn.
All right, kids.
So, how can you brag? How can you get on X Twitter with such gusto, with balls like the king of Bayonne, and talk shit when the studio is literally worth $10? That's 1,070 pennies, guys. So I want y'all to think about that. Why would you get online, being a gun fan, all over Twitter talking all this trash, when the studio whose balls you're licking are only worth $10.70? Extrapolate that for me. Break that down for me. Make it make sense.
And keep going down, mind you.
Go ahead and turn shit into pancakes right quick for me.
And not only that, but how can they stand behind this whole thing when you see that the guy who saw the trailer prior, the head honcho, David Zaslav, sold off 30 million in stock before the fucking trailer dropped? You like, connect the dots, guys. Connect the dots.
Exactly. Look, and he make a good point. She says they talking about trailer views when that's free. Yeah. Exactly. They talking like that's what's gonna make them dollars. They think that translates to dollars at the box office. Guys, if you know anything about how that works, if you know anything about profit and loss, also known as P&Ls, if you know anything about that shit, if you know anything about stocks, none of that matters. This is what matters. This number right here, that chart that he has up, that tells you what a company is worth. That tells
and mind you,
of
this is from Monday till Friday. The whole week
down since the trailer release. It went
and
down.
That's where, and I don't know if it was that. No, I think it was that. That's where Zazie sold. Right there.
Right there. Look what happened. Why now? Y'all claim to be geniuses and let gun cook and all this. Tell me why he did that. Now, the news will tell you it's part of the restructuring deal that they got with Comcast and all that stuff. They get paid to say that shit.
And the tax, there are some tax also windows to avoid for which that's true.
Yeah.
But it's too much of a coincidence.
But right. I mean, just right at this moment, I saw the trailer. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom with this big ass briefcase full of money right quick. I'll be back.
Well, I got another one here. Hold on. That pretty much says it all.
Well,
right there.
The other thing is that, as it relates to Superman, is someone that comes on my channel a few times says the other.
By the way, this is the day that the stock went down. This is when he sold.
Yeah, the issue is, let's say, so if Zaslav has been telling his investors that Superman is going to make $1 billion, and let's say it doesn't make $1 billion, like my prediction is it will rake in less than Man of Steel. But let's say that comes true. The investors are going to go, WTF, Zaslav, you told us this is going to make $1 billion. And I know he's probably telling him that because it's like, remember when he was basically saying that Gunn was sent here by God?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you say something? That's what I didn't understand. He is. It's almost like he's trying to speak the language of somebody who actually knows about creativity and writing and all this other kind of stuff. But he's sent by God. So you really believe that some heavenly being sent this man down here to correct your IP for you? You really believe that? Do you understand what I'm saying, Rocks?
Dude, it sounds so ridiculous when you say it out loud.
Like
you know what
common
I mean?
sense is lost on people. I don't understand why why would you phrase something like that? Why would you literally get on tell the news cycle that he was sent from God? Do you really believe
it sounds
that?
Very desperate.
I didn't know God was
Havoc,
in the movie.
I got you. Don't worry, I got you.
I didn't know God liked movies. He do? Damn. Okay. God said, yeah. Here you go. Here's James Gunn for you, Mrs. Zaslav. I made him just for you. Go make that movie for him. That's how I'm sorry. That's how he sounds. I'm like, sent by God, really? You couldn't explain any other way that you admire his talent and that you can even say he's a force to be reckoned with. I would even accept that. But you said he was sent by God. Oh, okay. So his pen is blessed, huh? Is that what it is? That script he's writing? That's like a Bible for the whole universe, huh? Okay, sent by God. Well, we're gonna see what happens when Jurassic Park and Fantastic Four start rolling up in this piece.
That's the other thing.
I know. You can make fun of Fantastic Four all you want to. I'm going to tell you right now, people have been clamoring for a Fantastic Four movie.
My money's on it doing better than Superman.
Oh yeah,
it is. Yeah. It's going to kill it.
I think Jurassic World is going to be better.
And people already know dinosaurs. Come on now, it may be another,
and especially with the whole Robert Downey Jr. thing possibly being in that movie. Yeah,
and this is what's gonna happen. So when the movie comes out, all right, and then the other movies come out, and they destroy lunacy. This is what's gonna happen.
Who in the hell do you think you are?
I kind of find it ironic that that's Ego.
Yeah, fun fact about that. God. Oh, and notice, why did he name him Ego? But anyway,
and why does he have the same hair and beard color?
Fun fact about that movie. So you remember the Liquid Geo scene when Jor-El was giving Kal-El a history lesson about what happened to Krypton, and you saw the Liquid Geo,
I know what you're
Gunn did the same thing, only in color. Only his Liquid Geo was color, and when he was showing when Ego was populating all of these millions of planets and trying to find the perfect sun and all this other kind of shit, that was the same thing. It was literally the same thing, only in color. Yeah, not a lot of people pay attention to it. They think it's originality. When I'm like, that looks familiar. Oh, Zack Snyder did that in Man of Steel. That's right.
I always related that scene to the pod scene in The Matrix. Like, I know it's different because with Zack Snyder, like in Man of Steel, they were being grown, they were infants, but just the similarities with the whole structure that they were inside of, and the
I know what you're talking about. No, yeah. I'm talking about the VFX. More so than anything else. Yeah. So how the Liquid Geo was showing the planets and Zod, and they were showing everything coming together. He did the exact same shit. Admit it, guys. Let's be real. Come on, you got eyes, so see. Let's be real about it.
Let's
get out of our feelings.
Actually, we're gonna transition to the next subject because now it's time to break it to the pennies and cents. We just showed you a brief intro of the stock market, and numbers don't lie. And we're about to break down some serious numbers.
Numbers, right. Views versus engagement. The numbers
lie.
behind lunacy. All right, go for it, Phil.
So, first of all, can someone please explain this? Hold on. Let me
zoom in. Yep.
Yep. Explain that. 4,800 views. Go to the like ratio. 283,000 likes.
Yep.
Out of 4,800 views.
No. That's not what you mean. 48. Where do you see the view count? Because that doesn't sound right. I don't.
Right there. In the corner, 4,800 views. 4,805 views.
And then
lower
you're
left-hand corner.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. And then you're telling me that half the view count clicked like on that?
Less than half.
Less than half, sorry.
Less than half.
So it's hard for me to see the numbers right now. It's really small on my screen.
Wait.
Hold on. Send Havoc. Send it to Rocks, please. Rocks, go to the oh wait. 1 second. Let me
You just drop it in the precinct and I'll be able to check it out.
All right, hold on. Send Havoc, drop it in the precinct, please. All right, so guys, basically what we're gonna do here is we're gonna break the numbers because we're done with this bullshit. All right, a trailer does not equal to box office hits. A trailer can be nice, a trailer can be shitty. It's all based on magic of editing.
Even now, I just pulled up the trailer. It's got like 33 million views and like 1 million likes.
Which one? Where and which one?
On DC.
Okay,
So
hold on.
like the DC official YouTube page you're talking? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Those numbers, I would not be surprised if they're inflated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely. There's definitely bot views all over that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And let's not pretend like it doesn't happen, guys. If like I said, common sense. This is nothing you need a slide rule and a calculator for.
Didn't it also come out that like one of the executives from Max was like hiring people to like make fake accounts to argue with fans?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that was what the hell was his name? He had a weird name, but yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But
yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Charles.
No, after you.
I'll tell you why it's bot accounts, because it doesn't translate to the real world. I don't like any real person I've spoken to who isn't a DC fan, and I've said, have you checked out the new Superman trailer yet? You know what the answer I'm getting is?
What?
I didn't even know there was a new Superman trailer. That's the answer I'm getting from like just regular mainstream people.
Oh, Aaron broke it down earlier. Did y'all see his video?
Yep.
Did y'all see Aaron's video? He broke it down like midpoint through the video. He was like, look at all of these comments. They were like, I'm not going to see that. All of those comments were from regular general audience people, not people that hang out on X, not people that hang out on Instagram and all of that kind of bullshit, just regular people. And they were like,
now, so I want to show this. So this is the Superman account from the Warner Brothers from the UK, and it says 1.3 million. Okay. I have a spreadsheet here. I'm going to share in a second. Hold on. And we're going to do the math. And we're going to show you with numbers where it's off. Okay. So
zoom in so that we can see the numbers a bit more. If that's possible.
Oh, it's in the bar there. It's in the bar there. Yeah. If you go over to your left, you'll see that 100%. It looks like. And then
there we go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. I gotta go back one more. All right, there we go. All right, so So I went to IG. It might be updated a few cents here and there. I'm not gonna fucking update it. So just for this exercise, okay? And Charles, keep an eye on the chat, please, while I do this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we have IG, we have ET, we have Warner Bros, we have Warner Bros India, we have Warner Bros UK, DC Studios, Rotten Tomatoes, and James Gunn's Twitter page. Those are all the views that we tallied. And those are all the likes as well. That's the first hour. Look at yeah. Rox, did you realize
yeah. I got it.
Okay,
I gave
okay,
it a thumbs
good.
up.
All right. So now we're going to we're going to calculate the like ratio. All right. So
we're gonna get the percentage of likes to views. Okay.
Right.
Exactly. Exactly, Dammy. Trailer numbers are irrelevant. Listen, these days investors don't give a shit. Maybe way back in the day, when things were good, they saw trailer numbers and they were like, "Yay!" Trailer numbers don't mean shit.
No, but I'm going to tell you
Everything
what
matters.
is relevant. What is relevant is that if you liked the trailer, you're going to take that second to actually click like. If you're going to invest yourself to go and watch this movie, you are going to click like. So that's why we were going to show you guys now the percentage of likes to actual views.
Alrighty.
Oh, you know something else that pissed me off
The
while
other
he's doing
thing,
that?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all know what pissed me off. I don't know if y'all saw it, but I commented on it. Joe Russo, I think that's Joe Russo, but I'm not sure. But he made the comment about basically saying that the Superman trailer gave something for both Snyder fan and DC fans. We were like, nah, bro, no, it didn't. What are you talking about? I was like, no, sir, it did not.
I didn't see Henry Cavill in that, but all right.
I didn't see Cavill in it. I saw shots that were inspired by Man of Steel, or Zack Snyder's Man of Steel, but no, we didn't. I don't know
All
where
right,
you get that
so
from.
we went to the mother box. I'm not doing this. It's the mother box doing this.
Let the chat know. Let the chat know what it is. What the mother box is.
Okay. So just in case you guys say, "Oh, where's it coming from?" It's ChatGPT, guys. Like I said before, AI is here to stay, motherfucker. And AI is a very powerful tool that must not be used to do evil things, but to break the truth like we are today. Yes. And for that, let's do the math. If my video has 54, I just rounded up. If my video, hold on. Let me get this closer. Hold on, so you guys can see. Right there. If my video has 54 million views and 1.4 million likes, what is the percentage of likes to views?
Analyzing.
Computing.
Go. Follow us into the mother boxes. Find the missing two.
Rox.
I will come for my great prize.
All yours.
You want me to read it? So the percentage of likes to views for your video is approximately 2.59%. So out of everybody that we've tallied up who's viewed, and we've tallied them up from significant accounts, like big accounts, right? We had IGN, we got the main Warner Brothers ones, we got James Gunn's official account on there, and a few others, okay? If only 2.59% of the audience that saw that trailer bothered to click on the like button and engage with the video, what does that tell you guys about what's to come with this movie? What does that tell you guys about the success or lack of?
You can even get a math average from that. If you take that 1.4 million likes and let's just say add it per what the average ticket cost is and add that shit all up. You think it's going to be like a box office just like the greatest thing since sliced bread with those numbers? Think about it. Even if 1.4 million people went to see that movie, do you think that movie is going to get them over what they need?
Unless they're paying like $300 a ticket.
There you go. There you go. It's simple math, guys. Let's not wrap ourselves up and get tied up in knots about it. Simple math. Those numbers don't mean dick. That's exactly what I was saying. What the investors want to know is this fucking movie gonna make us money in July? That's it. That's all they care about.
No,
Leo. There you go.
Leo, thank you.
I forgot. Did you have a permit when you built out the garage? Permit? You know what I'll do? Hold it. Leo's here. I'll take care of it, okay? I'll make a couple of calls. We'll get some backdated permits, and I'll take care of it. Which phone can I use?
Son.
Okay. I got something.
It's gotta be easy.
Didn't know Leo gets.
You could do with a little less aggravation. Why don't you come to work with me?
Thank you, Leo.
Anything you need, Leo gets.
It's so
again.
It's
the mother box spoke.
It's that simple, guys. It's simple math. You can cry about it. The truth of the matter is no matter how much you support James Gunn, there are not enough of you that will get this man over the finish line to give you something at least over $700-800 million. I don't believe it. I'm with Jared on that. Jared, what did you say? 500 million at best? Is that what you said?
I said it's gonna make less than MOS.
Than Man of Steel, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
That's what I think.
There you go. So
it's also the thing.
If it does not get, he needs to get at least close to a bill. At least close to it.
To break even.
He doesn't have to, just to break even.
Well, even on that, here's the problem with this. You start your universe with Superman because here's the problem. Superman is not as strong of an IP in front of the general audience as DC and DC fans think it is. That's why we keep getting Batman movies, because Batman makes $1 billion. Batman, if he was starting with Batman, I would say it's $1 billion, because you know what? But the Bat brand itself is enough to make people show up.
Why is Superman the only one these motherfuckers?
But even the Bat brand is getting saturated. Look what happened with the Batman. That did not break $1 billion. I think they did like 700 and change, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
that's because they didn't let Ben Affleck finish his spy script.
And yes,
that's
exactly,
why.
because the fandom was fractured. There were a lot of people who decided not to check out that film because it wasn't what they were asking for. I do agree with that. But
they didn't want a detective story. We know he's a detective. We wanted an action. We wanted a spy series, a thriller series with him and Deathstroke, him breaking Batman down to his absolute limit. But that's what we wanted to see.
But my whole point is that these constant reboots, constantly rebooting the brand, it's
called trust. It's gone.
It's exactly, and not only that, but it's like people are tired of it. People don't want a reboot. Continue a story. You know, we're tired of seeing the same things over and over and over.
Even on that, it's like Gal Gadot has become a whole generation's Wonder Woman, and now you're just gonna cut it off mid-generation, mind you, and tell them, oh yeah, forget she existed. Here's our new Wonder Woman, or Ray Fisher. It's easier with Affleck and maybe Superman because they've had because how many Bat people we've had, but it's like Flash, we've only had 2 people, and I can't believe people want the TV Flash to become the movie Flash, and I'm like, no, do not do that. That is a stupid idea. But it's like when you have like Wonder Woman, where it's like, yeah, there's only ever been one movie Wonder Woman, one theatrical movie Wonder Woman, and now all of a sudden, it's not like you.
But Jared, it's because Warner Brothers has never had the respect for the actors. It's never been about the actor's integrity or what the actor wants. I mean, it's why Michael Keaton stepped away from Batman when it came to Joel Schumacher's stuff. You know what I mean? And that's what it comes down to. They look at it as the characters are what matter. Whoever's in the suit is replaceable. And that doesn't really work. Look at what happened with Marvel. You know what I mean? They tried to kill off Iron Man, and now they have to bring back Robert Downey Jr. because it was him that allowed that franchise to become what it is, what it was at its peak.
Look at this image right here. Tell me that's not disrespectful.
Yep.
This generation's Batman and Superman. That's outside Warner Brothers, by the way, guys.
Yeah, the thing is,
They are
like,
literally telling us, "Fuck you." That's what it feels like.
Yep.
yeah, because it's like you have Harley Quinn up there. You have the DCEU Harley, DCEU Wonder Woman, and then old Batman Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they said "fuck you." We replied in kind.
Yep.
And we're gonna keep replying.
Speaking of which, guys, Henry Cavill Superman, hashtag Henry Cavill Superman, and hashtag Henry Cavill. That shit has been trending for 3 fucking days, bro. 3 days.
Oh, we got that.
Have y'all seen it?
Yep.
Yep. It's been trending for 3 days since his trailer came out. How can you ignore that?
I like what Demi Ray Era said. Wonder Woman made $800 million almost until they got rid of Zach.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Wonder Woman was on track to.
Wonder Woman, a character.
Can you imagine just leave it in there for a couple more weeks? Just leave it in the theater for a couple more weeks, dude, and watch what happens. You would have made $1 billion. You will get what you want. You will.
Give it the time, it will perform. Have faith in your directors. Here's the other thing. It's like they hired Zach to do a job, and then they stop it halfway through because a few people, they ignored cash. I'm sorry. As a business, when you ignore cash, you then do not deserve to have that job.
Well, that's what I was telling you. They did that. They flipped it. So back in the day, they would rather ignore the cash and pay attention to the negative scores that these nerds are giving it. But now, with guns flopping, Suicide Squad and everything else, they're like, yeah, we lost $100 million, but so what? Come on, man, we'll hire you for DC. Really?
Actually, here's the tally.
Why? You hired them because people liked it, because the RT scores were high. So what? Did that translate into dollars? Did that translate into a box office success at the theater? It did not. Oh,
look at right there. Henry Cavill Superman.
Look at that shit.
Yep. There you go.
I love how Snyder's still on top, though.
He's always on top. Are you kidding? Snyder like trends every single goddamn day.
And
rightly so.
They still give him shit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, you got a lot of men who know up at that studio. They know we're talking about them. I wouldn't be surprised if they got somebody taking notes right now, and I'm glad y'all taking notes because you need to listen. Okay. You don't understand what it means to make movies. You don't understand what it means to make money. And you try to get your creatives to dance to the tune of you wanting to sell toys. Zack Snyder didn't get into this for selling toys, although that was an awesome payoff.
Yeah.
That after he made his films, he made some toys that just keep selling out all the time.
Show what you showed us earlier, Jared.
But that's not. Yeah, look at that. That's what I want right there. I want that Superman. But that's what I'm saying. It does not translate into money making success just because you're trying to do it like somebody else. It doesn't. That's not how it works.
And we can highlight the post that James Gunn made on Twitter a couple weeks back about the Creature Commando Funkos. There was absolutely like no engagement on it. Absolutely none, because people aren't interested on it.
Weren't they making a Bloodsport statue at one point, like a hot toy, and then they had to cancel it because they didn't get enough pre-orders?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not talking shit, guys. Like, listen, we're talking real facts with numbers, breaking it down to you, but the pennies and cents.
Exactly.
We understand.
Listen. Yeah, exactly. We're not here to denigrate anybody. We're not here to talk down anybody. This is real shit. I want people to be adults about this. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Be an adult. Grow up and get out of that little kid thinking style that you got. You are grown men. You are grown women. Start acting like it. I don't care how scary the world is to you. You want to fold yourself into the black hole and pretend like you're 3 again. I don't care. You are an adult. There is no going back. Start acting like it.
Well, even on that,
start
here's
having
the
real
thing.
conversations with people instead of acting like children online, and just understand that this is the world that we live in. And no amount of you denigrating Snyder fans and talking about his Cavill corn sweat suit is way better than Cavill's when you know that's not true. Come on, you know that's not true. Again, you have eyes, so see. You have eyes, so see. You can try to psychologically convince yourself that that suit is better than Henry Cavill. You know it's not.
That suit doesn't even beat out fucking Dean Cain. Okay,
it beats no suit out.
No suit.
Brandon Roth's suit way better.
The worst
beat out
Superman
George Reeves' suit
to
way back in
ever
the day.
hit the screens ever.
So there you go. So let's stop lying to ourselves. Let's be honest. Let's be real. Go ahead and have a good cry if you have to, and say he's right. Hey, I know. I'm so. Do whatever it is you got to do. But the truth of the matter is, those views don't mean anything. Those likes don't mean anything. Those investors want to see dollars, and you are trying to pitch to a bunch of people that don't exist.
Well, it's like even
And
on
you
this,
think-
it's like
you think you can pull the wool over the general audience's eyes, and you can't. You can't.
And mind you, WBD is already having lawsuits, more than 3 or 4 or 5 lawsuits this year alone, because of misinformation and playing with the numbers.
Well, even on that, see, here's the thing. I'll give you guys a small scale thing of what we're talking about. So, running a YouTube channel, you all know this, we have to go off of what content performs well in terms of views, what can directly lead to a success of the channel. It doesn't mean you have to like the content I put out. If you watch it and it directly leads to like profits, in other words, if it makes me money, I have to double down on that so it can make more cash. That's kind of the way it works.
Like I said earlier, hating Snyder is a profitable business because, again, it grabs all of you guys that are misinformed. I'm trying to be, fair. You're uneducated, misinformed of the actual facts, and we are trying to inform you of what happened, what is still occurring, and why we are still fighting for hashtag Henry Cavill Superman. Because I'm gonna say this also. If James Gunn's movie, let's just say the movie, okay, let's say it hits half a bill. I'm sorry. So $500 million. It still didn't make its money back. It didn't. But you know what? I know a lot of you saying it's DOA. Yeah, it is DOA. But you know what? Maybe give it a chance and have another creative come in and lead the way. James Gunn got the credit because he created that sandbox. James Gunn is not the person to lead a DC universe. He is the person to create and tell stories of obscure characters like the Creature Commandos, like the Guardians, like Peacemaker. That's his strength. Focus on that. Monetize
This
that.
is the reason why he thrived at the MCU, guys. Even though his movies kind of fell in the middle, and he was kind of riding the success of the MCU films that came before that, but still, James Gunn has a niche. I'm not going to take that credit from him. He does have a niche. He has a comedic bend that's good for certain audiences, not for what we want for DC. Again, DC is a different animal than Marvel. He fit in at Marvel. It worked for him at Marvel. He should have stayed there, but he tried to put too much on his plate. And let's be real. And a lot of y'all probably don't know this either. There is at least 5 or 6 creatives or directors that were asked before James Gunn was asked. I don't know if you guys know.
He was not their first choice.
He was not the first.
Well, technically, he wasn't even their choice.
He wasn't their choice.
He was who's the guy that's above him? The guy Peter Safran. Peter Safran was the one that brought him in.
Yeah, Peter Safran brought him in, and and James Gunn is trying to prove something that he doesn't need to prove, because number one, brother, His arms don't reach that high. You are talented, but you are not Zack Snyder. You're
I'll
not.
go even further. For what Jor-El said to Superman. You need to keep going and keep testing your limits. You have limits, James. That doesn't make you a bad, not an artist, but know your limits. Zack Snyder knows his limits.
You are not an artist. You are a director, and that's okay. You direct movies. Zack Snyder creates artwork. Okay, there is a different meaning behind his storytelling. It's different than yours. Okay, he means this shit. This shit is real. I'm gonna bring up something right quick. I'm gonna read it. Hold on a second. So he said this was an article that had came out, and it was the best interpretation.
Send it to the chat. Send it to the chat so I can highlight it.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. No, it's a thing I downloaded. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got you. Hold on. So I'm gonna bring this up for you. Let's see. I want to present on that screen share.
You sent it.
All right, that's no. I'm gonna flip it. Hold on. All right, y'all see that right there? Y'all see that over there?
Oh,
y'all see this?
That's fine.
There you go.
There we go.
You see it? Okay,
I love
now
the
I'm gonna bring it
background.
up.
Nice.
Yeah, hold up. Come on, open. Come on. There we go. I think it's opening now. All right, can y'all see that?
Can you make it a bit bigger, Charles?
Whoa, hold up.
Oh.
Not that big.
Hang on. I'm waiting for it to.
That's good. You can scroll through it.
Okay. All right. Can you? Okay. There we go. All right.
All right.
Snyder wholeheartedly embraces this stuff. This was from an article, and there's nothing cynical about his indulgence. He believes that superheroes directly tie into our ancient myths and religious symbols, and he wants to make the rest of us believe it too. He repeatedly goes overboard with the ritual and the portent and the stone-faced gravity, but it's hard not to respect the guy. So what they mean by that, when he goes overboard with the ritual and portent, it means that he goes deep. It means that when it comes to the lore and the religion and all of that,
symbolism,
he goes deep with it. The symbolism.
He created the Kryptonian language from scratch.
Exactly, from scratch. But it's hard not to respect the guy. Nobody has bought into the superhero ethos more than he has. These are not paycheck. This is the important part. These are not paycheck gigs for him. This is about as personal as it gets. The man is a creative. He's an artist. He's not just a director, guys. He doesn't just pick up a camera and film shit. He builds stuff. Do you see the difference? That is the difference between him and James Gunn. Now, if that bothers you, that a man puts this much time and this much work into trying to give you something great, and because you refuse to try to understand it from a literal standpoint, if that's bad, I feel sorry for you. I really do. Because anybody can go to see an hour and 30 minutes of cackles and jokes, but can you sit through a movie that will make you feel something? That will make you feel something deep.
Will make you cry, will give you, inspire you hope.
And make you think about it when you leave the theater, and make you want to get a round table group discussion with your friends and talk about it all day. Will it make you feel that? Because if it doesn't make me feel that, I don't want to watch it.
Hey, and Man of Steel came out, what, like 12 years ago? We're still talking about it.
Notice how no one talks about Suicide Squad anymore?
Yeah.
Except when David Ayer's name is brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real
so
is,
again, guys,
this stuff is real. It's we're not making this up. This is what is happening, and it is time for people to accept the fact that while Gunn is a talented individual, he's reaching too high and he's doing too much.
He's out of his league.
This is not his thing. It's not. Sorry, it's not. He should have stayed at the MCU. He should have. and help them out with their, their what is it coming up? Their Avengers stuff and all of the other stuff. That help them out with that, because that's you. So,
anywho, guys, it's been a very interesting 2024. I'll say that. I will say that. So, let's do a drop here for all you guys. Let's do some Man of Steel, because we're gonna get copyright either way.
You will give the people of Earth an ideal to strive towards. They will race behind you. They will stumble. They will fall. But in time, they will join you in the sun, Cal. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders.
So dope.
Alrighty.
I want to highlight this. I want to highlight this comment right quick. She said, "I'm telling y'all, there's a reason. Zach came back to WBD. Now,
that's the other thing that's really interesting there.
All right.
I want to highlight that again. Why you don't know anything? Because they're not all over the internet consistently running their fucking mouths. The less we know, the better it is. That's the way I'm looking at it. The less we know about what the fuck's going on with Zach and David Ayer and whoever else is there, the better it is. If they're putting something together, let them put something together. That's all I'm going to say about that. If something's going on, let them do their thing. Because remember what I said at the beginning of the conversation. If we don't know about it, it must be something good. If you got to get online all the time trying to correct shit and tell people that they're misinterpreting things and arguing with fans, if you got to do all that, no, something's not right. Zack Snyder doesn't do that. If Zack Snyder's cooking something, he's going to tell you when it's time to tell you. That's as simple as that.
That's how he operates.
He's going to tell you when it's time. That's how he operates. He don't get online arguing with nobody. So you can't accuse him of that.
Why do you think he's never on Twitter? Why do you think he's never on Twitter?
Or even on Vero, for that matter.
Yeah.
Even in Vero, he keeps a very low profile.
He's very selective of where he posts.
He's very selective, exactly. And it's never anything about discourse. It's never anything about a back and forth. Never.
Or ego.
If you notice that, or ego. But you get, even James Gunn even denigrates his own fans. You know how sarcastic he speaks, and he talks to his own fans that way. They'll be asking him questions about stuff, and he'll be sarcastic with them. I'm like, bro, shouldn't you be trying to Feige your universe up here? What are you doing? Why are you jumping on X doing this shit?
Because he's not that business guy. That's why.
Yeah, I know. Not the business guy. Yeah, I'm done talking about his ass though. So yeah.
All right. So I think it's time now, gentlemen, to have Charles. It's getting late, so I think it's time to have that chat. You know what I'm talking about. So, Jared, I'm gonna have to let you go now because we're gonna keep it real now. But first of all, I want to thank you very much for joining us to the stream.
Anytime, guys.
This was a great stream. A lot to dissect. This is our 13th episode. We're still growing. We're definitely going to have you back in the future.
Yeah, cool.
And yeah, man, appreciate
you guys
it.
ever
Guys,
want
anything?
Yeah,
if you guys
man.
ever will want to hop on my channel, just DM me. I'll have you guys on.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you for the invite,
Jared, thank you so much, man. You for finally coming on. Like I said, I scoop by your channel every now and again. You have some really, really good ideas, and I'm glad you came out and showed out with us. And yeah, guys, go check him out. Jared from Comics League. He's on Twitter, YouTube. Check out his channel, man.
All his links will be in the description.
Yep.
On the recap.
Right.
No worries.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you.
And happy holiday, Jared, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays
guys,
to you, man.
Have a great holidays.
Thank you,
too,
buddy.
brother.
Thank you.
All right.
Alrighty. Right now, we have
kick it off, son. You got a half hour.
Half hour?
then I'm going to sleep.
No, more than enough. So, oh nope, wrong one.
It's the wrong one, man. Get it together, bro.
Unprepared Phil.
I'm prepared. we're going to keep it real because we been doing this since July of this year when we started, gentlemen. We started this journey, and we said we were going to be the bridge, and we're trying to be the bridge because we want all of you out there that are not Zack Snyder fans, that are James Gunn supporters, and even people in the general audience that are listening to us right now. What are these nerds talking about? What the fuck is going on? Come on board. Everybody's welcome. But
we will educate you.
But before you walk into the classroom,
You think you can run this school? If you could, then I wouldn't be here, would I? No one talks in my meetings. No one! You take out your pencils and write. You've tried it your way for years. This is an institution of learning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't control it, how can you teach? Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. They've given me less than 1 year, 1 school year to turn this place around, to get those test scores up, to perform the task which you have failed to do. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law. There's only one boss in this place, and that's me. The HNIC. Are there any questions?
Charles,
right.
would you please educate to the people what the HNIC is? Because I'm sure we have some children here that don't know what the fuck that means.
All right. So if y'all don't know, and if you got sensitive ears here, but basically Morgan Freeman is referring to being the head nigga in charge. That's basically what that means. And so there's a line in there where he says it, and then they're like, "What does that mean?" And then the faculty are talking, and then he's got I think his assistant or something. The black chick is one of his. I think she's like he's like the principal, and she's like, the vice principal or something. And then the guy turns and he's like,
HNIC,
and then she's like, head nigga in charge, and then they just look at each other like, what? Sorry if it offended anybody, but that was Lean on Me. It was a great movie. If you've never seen it, chock full of everything. It's a phenomenal movie with Morgan Freeman. So check it out. So, all right, Phil. What you want to educate them on?
I want to pretty much thank everybody who has been with us from day one. And we also want to extend an olive branch. Like I said earlier, we want everybody here. We said from day one, we want to unite the fandom. We want to bring people together. We want to have conversations. We want to disagree, and we want to agree, and we want to still get along. Because I might not like what you like. You might not like what I like. But we can still be friends. I remember a time long ago, before the internet, when people actually went outside and had conversations. They would go to a coffee shop and, have a conversation to like Barnes and Nobles, reading books here and there and compare notes. I don't see that anymore. Because, social media has poisoned all of us.
Poison the well. They poisoned our personalities. They poisoned our ability to be sociable and nice to each other. It's poisoned a lot of things. We are separated from each other, and all we know is to get in the Xboxing ring and box each other for things that really isn't that serious. Like Phil said, we started this channel because we were tired of the back and forth with a lot of people. We were tired of going back and forth. And what we wanted to do most of all was make sure that people who are fans of guns, from people that are fans of Snyder's, people that are fans of David Ayer, people who are fans of this geek shit, period. It should not be divided. It's not political. It's just comic books. It's just movies. At the end of the day, that's all it is. You are going to like a movie for a particular reason you like a movie. I'm going to like a movie for a particular reason that I like it. But the difference is I'm going to tell you why I like that movie. I'm going to break that movie down. Everything from the characters, their motivations, the story structure. I'm going to break all of those things down. The visuals, I'm going to break down the reasons why I like that film. I'm not just going to say because the director's a hack. No, I don't think any director's a hack for that matter. Every director has something to offer someone, no matter how small it is. Everybody deserves it, even James Gunn. James Gunn deserves to give it he deserves his shot. I say he deserves it because he feels like he does. And he wants, if he really truly wants everybody on board, he needs to show that. That's the one thing that he has not done. And you can't do it at the last minute by making a serious trailer, the way you cut it up, making a serious trailer, and then have people say that, see, he's got everything for, he's got something in there for everybody. That's not his intention. His intention was at the very last minute, he saw all of the flack that he was getting and made that trailer. That's what happened. They told him, you need to bring everybody together. So that's what he did. And that's what he's trying to do. And I applaud him for that. But you cut a universe off at its knees. And that's okay too. But we should be able to talk about that. You should be able to come on the show and talk about the reasons why things the way they are without anybody getting their panties in a twist.
You know what, Charles? Before we continue, because I want to give Rox his take on this, let's remind people about how Zach sees his universe. This is a 2-minute clip, so guys, bear with us.
Like, Batman killed a guy. I'm like, fuck. Really? I'm like, wake the fuck up. It's like, yes. It's like, yes. That's all. So like, I guess that's what I'm saying about, like, once you've like lost your virginity to this fucking movie, and then you come and say to me something about like, oh, my superhero wouldn't do that. I'm like, are you serious? Like, I'm like down the fucking road on that. You know what I mean? So, and it's a cool point of view. Look, I'm 100% fine with it. It's a cool point of view to be like, my heroes are still innocent. My heroes didn't fucking, lie to America. My heroes didn't, embezzle money from their corp. My heroes didn't fucking commit any atrocities. I'm like, that's cool, but you're living in a fucking dream world, okay? So. And I guess, so the cool thing is, like, so mythologically speaking, I'm 100% fine. And by the way, and I love more than anything, Superman and Batman. But in the same way that Alan Moore was fed up with the fucking, like, okay, no, they do this. Clearly, this is a response to, like, where Watchmen talks about comic books in the same way that this movie talks about comic book movies, but it talked about comic books at their most, they were broken, so he was just addressing that.
Now, for those of y'all who don't understand what he's saying, he's simply saying this: grow up. Grow up. That's all he's saying. Mm-hmm. He's trying to give people who used to be little and saw Superman an adult take on Superman, because he assumed, shame on Snyder, he assumed that you were adults and you grew out of that phase. Sorry, we didn't know you didn't grow out of that phase. We didn't know that you were a 50-year-old man still at 6 years old. We didn't know. All he tried to do was give you something adult. That's it. So if you make moves like a grown man and you do things every day like a grown man, why can't you accept this? You got to handle the world every day. I relate more to Batman versus Superman and the way I relate to all of those things because that's the real world. And I want to see how the real world is interpreted on screen. Not a superhero flying in from nowhere, saving a cat from a tree, and then somebody saying, "Oh, thanks, Superman. My pleasure, young lady. Up, up, and away." If you see a flying man in a street hovering above you, you're not going to be waving your hands. You're going to be scared. How is it based off of the laws of physics that a man can fly? It's going to freak you the fuck out. And then when you find out he's an alien, that's going to even freak you out, fuck out all the more. Laser vision, super hearing, super strength. Real people will respond the same way they responded in BVS until they find out, oh shit, he wasn't actually like that at all.
It's kind of ironic. It's kind of ironic because James Gunn also did Brightburn. That was a dark Superman. That would have been that's reality right there.
Now that I'm gonna give him. Well, he produced it. I believe
he produced it.
But the concept of the idea he liked because of whoever created it, that was actually not a bad idea. That would make one hell of an Elseworld story, don't you think?
And I'll be honest, from what I remember,
crazy ass like 11-year-old Kal-El just going nuts.
From what I remember of Brightburn, from what I do remember, I felt like it did somewhat pay a little bit of homage to Man of Steel as well.
Really?
Yeah.
And again, watch it again. I got it on a hard drive. I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Take another watch at it because a lot of, like I felt like the scene where Zod is announcing to the world that he's here and the lights in the house
You're not alone.
and we are not alone. I got a lot of that vibe from some of those scenes that happened throughout Brightburn. So check it out again, Charles.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out again. But ultimately, what he was saying is he made the mistake of thinking that people have grown out of the strongman era with the
you weren't ready. People weren't ready.
Yeah, and he made the mistake of thinking that you guys weren't ready. But now that you are ready, as a DC fan, as a person who loves storytelling, you should be able to look back and go back. If you were one of those people, you should be able to go back, look at those movies he made and be like, you know what? This is actually pretty good. This is actually a pretty good movie. He actually did a really good job deconstructing this character and putting him in that what if scenario, in that what if situation. If you believe what you believe, if you're there to just see bright colors on screen and a cat saving a tree and you really don't care about the emotional depth of the actual story of what it's about, okay, then that's on you. Gunn is good at delivering that type of shit. But if you want in-depth storytelling, if you want to get to know the characters and you want to get to be a part of those characters and know what they're going through and actually care about that stuff, then give it a shot. Give it a shot. Because if you watch all three of those movies, Zack Snyder was telling you exactly where he was going with it, bro. If y'all like Lord of the Rings, he was about to give you that for DC. He was about to. We was about to have some fire ass shit with Apocalypse and Dark Side and all that other kind of stuff. And did y'all know that it was mentioned in Batman versus Superman as well? But obviously you saw the broken moon and all of that other kind of stuff. So we already know their first iteration of Doomsday did that shit, right? I think he was talking about a Kryptonian, so there was a war, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, what I heard, there's a war between Apocalypse and Krypton. They created Doomsday to fight everybody from Apocalypse, including Steppenwolf. And Steppenwolf almost died because Doomsday almost killed him. That was a concept that Zack Snyder had. Can you imagine if that were a fucking movie?
That'd be awesome. That'd be fucking
A
brilliant.
Kryptonian apocalyptic war. And they had to create Doomsday just to make sure to hold them back with Steppenwolf getting involved in it.
And I don't think there's any fan out there who watched Man of Steel and saw that first act that took place on Krypton that would not say they would not want to see more of that.
Bro.
Matter of fact, let me extend an invitation to all you guys that haven't seen Man of Steel. Go watch it. Just watch it. And you will see what you're missing. And we told you so, but okay. Better late than never, that at least you get it now. That, all right, this man was actually going somewhere. Yeah, we've been telling you that for almost 15 years. Wait, no, Man of Steel, 12 years. We've been telling you for 12 years.
And that's the reason why we wanted you guys on the podcast. If you stayed in here to listen to us, even if you didn't say anything, thank you. We wanted you to hear why we are not giving up on Henry Cavill Superman and Zack Snyder's universe, because it was not finished. It's got nothing to do with James Gunn, guys. It's got nothing to do with him. I promise you that. It could be any other director. Like I was telling these guys earlier, it could be Michael Bay, and I love Michael Bay. It could be James Cameron. It could be any other director that exists, and I would still feel the same. This was Zack Snyder's universe to finish, not anybody else's. I would feel that way about Gunn if they did Gunn that way, which they did. He's an artist. He deserves his shit to be finished too. Regardless of how I feel about his behavior and his antics, he still deserves that. David Ayer deserves that. They deserve their stories told because they are artists. They are creatives. Why would you snatch their canvas away from them when they're not done? Why? It makes no sense. So that's the reason why we came on tonight. This is the reason why we stayed on so long. We wanted you guys to know is we don't have anything against James Gunn. I don't know James Gunn, so I can't have anything against him. I have a problem with him accepting a job that he knew he could not do, all because he's trying to prove something the wrong way. This is not how you prove it to us, James. That's all I'm saying. This ain't it. Let that man, Zack Snyder, finish his story. Then we will move on to other things. Finish what you started. That's all. That's
just
all
like you were able to finish your
Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, whatever you wanted to take Star-Lord, you finished it. You did your 3, you're done. Whoever picks up Star-Lord next, if they want to reboot or revamp or do whatever, that's cool. But you did what you wanted to do with Star-Lord. Let Zack Snyder finish his Superman arc. That's all.
And we're not even saying, and we're not even saying stop what you're doing. This could listen. It didn't have to be this way. We didn't have to be in this hellhole that we are right now, where your stock market is going down the toilet, and we broke that down, and we always break it down, so there's nothing new there. The trailer, the ratio of the
2%. 2% of the people who viewed that trailer actually engaged with it.
Joel Schumacher's Batman versions, Brandon Routh's Superman. Guys, you were warned already, and you're doing the same exact thing as you did, 30 fucking years ago? More, is it about 30 years ago? Schumacher's stuff came. Yeah. You're repeating the same mistakes that other executives before you repeated before. You're doing the same exact shit. Why? Because you wanted Jeff Johns and y'all got a personal relationship, so you decided to throw Zach under the bus? Is it personal? Why would you hurt a man's career like that? Why would you do that? Fair play, honesty, integrity. I said that at the beginning. I believe in that shit. I believe in it. I believe in fair play. I don't like when you do a person wrong. and not expect to have consequences behind that.
And karma's a bitch.
Consequences behind what you did. Y'all need to understand why y'all stocks are at $10 right now. There are consequences for your actions. And I don't care if you're listening and you don't like being talked down to. I'm not talking down to you, but I'm talking like I'm your daddy. Yeah, fine. But that's the problem. WBD, James Gunn, Peter Safran. You're not thinking about the consumer. You're not thinking about the people who spend their money. You're thinking about you.
Look what Havoc is saying.
Because they don't learn, and right now they're trying to survive the next few years. Yeah, they ain't gonna make it, Havoc. They ain't gonna make it.
Yeah,
this Superman film has got to be the greatest thing to ever come out, and the numbers have to show it at the box office. Otherwise, it's a failure. It's done. And from that point, I don't know what's gonna happen. Now with this restructuring deal, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
But you know what, Charles? I'm at the point now that they had their chance. I'm at the point that, you know what? Listen. This is going to trend July 11th, WBD. You know that. I know that.
I know that.
All of us know that.
It's going to trend hard.
All of us.
It's not even. It's just a trailer, and that's been trending for 3 days. Do you know how many likes and all that shit? When I posted that on our page, I posted the post of the Henry Cavill Superman poster that says with the hashtag Henry Cavill Superman. Did you see how many people checked that out? How many likes it's got? How many views it's got?
I'm going there right now. 1 second.
And that's just a simple poster of Henry Cavill in his suit in his cape.
And then there was the video when Cavill announced that he was coming back, the Instagram video. I think that got like close to 3-4 million likes, something like that.
Yeah. That's no, if you want to talk about likes and views, fine.
That's actual engagement. That's 4 million people actually clicking and saying yes.
Actually clicking and saying yes. That's no small thing, guys. That how can you look at that video and say that nah? You know what? Instead of Superman, instead of Darkseid, instead of Granny Goodness, instead of Desaad, instead of the Apocalyptic War, instead of New Gods, instead of all that, you want Guy Gardner in a weird leather suit. You want Hawk Girl in a weird looking Maxwell Lord leather suit or whatever the fuck they're wearing. That's what you want.
Is that the clip you're talking about, Charles?
Charles.
No, it's not that. It's just a picture. It's hold on. It's the picture of him. It's the pic. Yeah, it's the one right after. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm talking about. Keep going.
I know what. Okay.
Yeah, keep going. Right there. That one. Look at that.
What did it get?
23,000 views, 2.6 likes. Actually, let's go to the mother box. Mother box, where are you? There you are. So how much did we say? We have 23. I'm just going to round it to 24,000 views. Okay. 24K views. And how many likes?
It's too small on my screen. I can't see.
It's like 2.6. Yeah, 2.6.
2.6K. Okay. All right. So let's do this together, guys. Right. Let me get this closer so you guys can see. If my video has 23 views, well, it's picture, but whatever. 24K views and 206,000 likes. What's the percentage? You know, every time we should do this, we should have a drop of Ray Fisher with the mother box.
It seems like I can't do advanced analysis right now. Well, what good are you then?
What?
Please try again later.
Are
they up?
I have to get the plus. Oh, fuck it. All right, whatever. Bottom line is, it's the engagement. What Rock said, it's the engagement. The conversation keeps happening because I'm sorry. Like, and I said this earlier, I don't see Cornswood as a Superman. It's an aura thing. It's an energy.
That matters, guys. I get it. I get it. Y'all felt some kind of way about the trailer, bro. I understand, because we felt some kind of way when we saw the Man of Steel trailer too. So we get it. But we are not. To me, Corn Sweat is just a white dude playing cosplay, as far as I'm concerned. He's just a white dude.
That's what it looks like.
You know, he looks like somebody that would show up to a CCXP event,
to a Comic-Con event,
Comic-Con, and just be decked out in. That's what it feels like. Feels, guys. When I saw the trailer, that's what it felt like to me.
The costume just doesn't have that big budget feel. You know what I mean? Like,
thank you for saying you have a budget of around $300 million, and that's the best you can come up with for a suit.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even want to compare it to Cavill's suit, because it is a totally different style of suit. But even if you were to compare it to,
all right, Curly Ray, you have a good night, brother.
Have a good night, Curly.
Thank you for stopping by, man.
Night, Curly.
But even if you were to go back and compare it to Christopher Reeve's suit, you know what I mean? There was an aura to Christopher Reeve's suit.
I'm way ahead of you, Rox. Right there.
Like, there is a presence to that. You know, you could look at that and say, yeah, man, that's fucking Superman. I do not get that same feeling, that same emotion inside me when I see David Cornsweat. I don't.
Exactly. I don't. His suit was alien. He is alien. The design is alien. Jor-El's AI decided to make it that color to make it more friendlier and to represent, you know, that he's part of America, instead of making it look like he's from Krypton. That's basically all they did. That's it. Krypton garb is dark, like a dark cobalt blue color. That suit that Jor-El was wearing under his coat when he spread it open and showed the symbol on his chest. That regular jumpsuit that he was wearing was a dark blue suit. They wear that every day. That's the suit that's the regular clothes that they wear every single day. So it was probably too intimidating or too dark or whatever. So they made it that way. So that was the point of the suit. But they wanted to.
Well, it was. Jor-El also said it, where he was like, "You're this symbol of hope for Earth now." It was about it was that translation from Krypton to Earth. That's why the suit, I think, was blue and red.
Was blue and thank you. Exactly. Yep.
It symbolized Earth, being the hero of Earth.
By the way, Sin Havoc, before we continue, I suck at math. Sorry. It's not, I know my limits. But okay,
real
Sin
quick,
Havoc. Go ahead.
No. Go. Okay, no. I just wanted to go back to the topic because I didn't really get to say my part about keeping it real. So I just wanted to drop my few cents. And for me, it was always about the fans. It was always about this community. I wanted to bring people together into an environment where everybody could share their opinion. Everybody could feel free to express themselves and not be talked down upon or looked down upon. We could all share our thoughts. We could all agree. We could all disagree. But yeah, that's what it was always about. And the other thing it was about for me was I had the opportunity to work with these two guys here. I had the opportunity to work with two men who I think had some extraordinarily untapped potential that I wanted to see fulfilled. So when it comes to Phil, especially, like, man, I can't tell you guys how much this guy has taken on behind the scenes, how much he's learned in these 13 episodes that we've done. The amount of time he dedicates to this is incredible. And Charles is our guru. You know what I mean? He is our film guru. This whole show wouldn't be possible without the amount of knowledge that this man has about film and pop culture and everything that we're trying to do here. So I want to highlight that that's what brought me on board, was seeing the passion that these two guys brought to the table and thinking that I could bring my passion to the table with them and create something special. So when it comes to keeping it real, that's what it's always been about for me. And it's about putting our fandom on the level that I believe we always deserve to be on, and to be represented by a brand that can do that.
Absolutely. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. And look, I have to say, my keeping it real moment, I wouldn't be here. This is not my thing. You guys know that. I got a family. I'm a working dad. I this is something that I'd never imagined doing. But after Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, and the reaction that movie got out of me and got out of a lot of people, I knew that it wasn't over. And I started following people and started watching watching the language and what everybody says and what everybody's doing surrounding Zack Snyder. And I started getting more and more involved in it. So never did I imagine that something like this would come to fruition. Never did I imagine that I would have a YouTube channel. And people would say, why don't you do this? Why don't you start a YouTube? Why? What am I starting a YouTube channel? I have nothing to say. Apparently I got plenty to say. So I am very, very thankful and very, very appreciative of being a part of this team. Because from the technical, like I said, and I tell you this all the time, Rocks, from the technical side of it, I know a little bit. I don't know a lot. That's all you make us look good. When we are presenting things, you and Phil, y'all make us look good. I'm just a mouthpiece. I just get up here and talk. So I want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. Phil, I want to thank you as well for collaborating with me and getting this together and getting this thing off the ground. We never thought that we'd be here. I also want to thank everybody in the chat, because without you guys, we wouldn't be seeing the numbers that we see right now. We're getting more subscribers. It's not a lot, but it's growing. Every single day we see this thing growing. 10 subscribers here, 20 subscribers there. So we appreciate everything that you do. We appreciate you coming out to see us. You don't have to stay up late with us and talk this shit that we talk, but we really do appreciate it, and we are glad that you're involved with us. So, yeah.
I also want to thank I want to thank you guys also for joining me in this endeavor. I also want to thank and highlight all of the guests that have been with us from day one, from our first episode, 400 views 5 months ago, where Skywalker the Jedi, shout out to you, Sky, who came, and said his piece, shared why he became, how he became a fan of DC, his mission, etc. Episode 2, we had a Curly Ray. Shout out to you, Curly. And also, guys, go follow him on Rebel Moon Theory. The Captain Zod Rider. Shout out to you. Also,
shout out Zod. Can't wait to see your movie, man. I am excited for that. So,
Zod Rider also was one of the ones that behind the scenes were pushing me and Charles to hey, you guys got to do this. You guys got to do this. Who else we got here? Apex Leon of the New Geeks, also shout out to you. We got Retro Nerd Girl, also shout out to you. Brett Colbert, what an honor to have met Brett Colbert. And also for any of you out there who are in the Hollywood business, we want, if it don't matter how small you are, a performer, we want to talk to you. We want to meet you. If you're a director, screenwriter, come. We gave Brett Colbert
the creative mind.
We love the creative mind. We pulled up red carpet to Brett Colbert. If you guys don't believe us, you can please go and check out his stream. It says right there how many views. 748. That's numbers pretty much says it all. Our Robin, Josh Herrera. CS the director also. Aaron Fisher. Again, Aaron, we wish you well. Happy holidays and get better, my friend. The Bat Channel, Trey and Corey. And Corey. Today,
sorry, I missed that. I hope to see you guys again, man, on the stream. I'd love to chat.
We'll be bringing them back sooner or later.
Yeah, we will.
Had a great time.
Absolutely. So yeah, guys, we want to thank you guys for joining us, and we're going to keep it real here because, again, we are on a mission to bring people together. We're going to tell how it is. Some people might not like it, but you know what? It is what it is. Someone's got to say it. And we're here to hold people accountable, just like people need to hold us accountable when we do stuff that, you know what, maybe shouldn't have said that. I expect people to reach out to me and say, Phil, you know what, that was a little too much. You might be right. Because there's no problem on being wrong. We all make mistakes. The difference is, are you making that mistake because you intentionally are trying to sabotage something? Or are you doing it because, oh, shit, you know what? I need to do better. That's the difference.
And I'd like to believe that all of the discord around what's going on with James Gunn and his fans, I'd like to think that I'd like to proceed from a point where you guys are extremely misinformed, and that's why we're here. I'd like to believe that you guys are not being intentionally malicious, and you actually believe, and they've convinced you enough that Zack Snyder done something wrong when he did not. We're here to tell you that he did not. Studios only care about one thing, and this is what you need to know. They only care about themselves. They don't care about the people they hire. They don't care about none of that shit. It's almost a guarantee that they're going to do James Gunn the same way they did Zack Snyder. Okay? There's almost a guarantee that that's going to happen. So be ready for that. But there is no reason why you guys can't get up here and talk with us and chat it up with us. Talk about what you like, what you don't like, without calling Zack Snyder a hack. Give us some substance. Give us reasons. Be an adult. Use common sense. Talk about why you like something and why you don't like something. Use your words.
And don't just leave a comment and then run away. Like, what was Buddy's name?
Or block us.
Well, you kept saying his name, and every time you said his name, it made me laugh, Charles. But yeah, don't just come in here and talk shit and run away. Have a discussion. That's what this is about. Have a discussion.
Give me more than Zack Snyder is a hack. Who told you that? Where are you getting that? What did he do to you that make you call him a hack? I don't think James Gunn is a hack. I just think James Gunn is out of his element. See the difference there? See the difference? See what I did? Y'all think James Gunn is a hack. I mean, Zack Snyder's a hack without telling us why. I'm telling you that James Gunn is out of his element. Why do I think he's out of his element? Because of his style of writing, because of how he sees superhero characters, because he doesn't take them seriously. That's why I think he's out of his element. See, I gave you a reason.
All of which was from his own admission. Let's add that as well.
His own admission. I gave you a reason why I don't want him running DC. You can't give me a reason why he shouldn't run DC. So,
and Sin Havoc, shout out to you. He sent me this, and I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, what more do we have to do? It's unless you don't believe your own eyes.
Yep, it is.
But it's just that's what it is. So okay, so let's compare that. Hold on. So you mean to tell me, all you James Gunn? Oh shit, where'd it go? Fuck, I lost it. Oh, my internet.
Yeah, Darshan, hold
My
on.
internet.
They think Zack Snyder
Can you hear
is
me?
evil and James Gunn. Yeah, we can hear you. They think
All right.
Zack Snyder is evil and James Gunn is an angel, but they can't. But they can't tell us why, Darshan. That's exactly what I'm saying. They think that, but when you sit them down and say, "Why do you think that?" They can't tell us why, other than using pejoratives. He's a hack. He can't do this. He can't do that. But you can't give us any substance as to why. You can just only say that you think he's evil and he's the devil. Really? Well, tell me why you think that. Oh, you can't have a normal conversation with me. Then your opinion is invalid. It's that simple. If you can't have a conversation with me, then your opinion is invalid. Everything that you have to say is invalid until you can come and explain to me why you think these things in real words. Like the teachers used to say, write me an essay on why, whatever.
Well, a lot of it is they don't have their own independent thoughts on this. They just like to regurgitate. They just regurgitate the crap that they read on social media, right? And it's
biased ass news reports like Hollywood Reporter and what's the other one?
But it's like that one line that people say. It's like you say a lie over and over, and eventually it becomes real, and that's what ends up happening. That's what happens with these people.
Yep.
So.
All right, so You're telling me that this, what we're seeing, is better than this? Like, in honest God's truth, do you really think that is better than this?
Again, this is a you have eyes, so see moment. So your emotion about James Gunn is clouding your judgment. So what I want you to do is lift that cloud, look at this suit, the alien textures, the symbol, and all of that, the design, and tell me that Zack Snyder and Michael Wilkinson wasn't cooking.
The form-fitting factor, the coloring, everything.
You look at Corn Sweatsuit, and you're telling me that they were cooking with that suit when it's just a hodgepodge mishmash of different suits that aren't even original? Be real, guys. Be real. Tell the truth. Stop lying. We all know that this suit is dope. We all know that. Gun fans, y'all know this suit is dope. What's going on?
There won't ever be
lied to
another suit, Superman suit like that to ever come to the big screen ever.
Who lied to y'all? Somebody lied to y'all, and you need to find out who lied to you so you can set up straight. Because that's a lie. You know the suit is dope. You're doing everything to shield your boy. You like Zack Snyder so much that you're willing to lie to yourselves.
You meant
That's
James
not
Gunn.
good.
James Gunn.
Oh, James Gunn. Yeah, James Gunn. Excuse me. That's not good. That's not a good thing. When you try to shield somebody, even though you know something's shitty looking and reckless looking, and you still protecting them, that's not good. That means you're not telling the truth about yourself. So, all right. I'm ready to wrap it up.
Yep. Before we do that, we're going to announce
one shot.
One shots. So, guys, long and behold, we got a lot of stuff coming on the pipe. And one of the things we wanted to highlight is one shots. So,
can you drop the red banner so that they can see the
Yeah, I'm trying to.
There you go. You had it. There we go. Now we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Charles.
All right.
Well, inform the people what this is.
Real fast, one shots, guys, is going to be our weekly. We're going to try and start it off weekly. Our just one shots weekly news reports. So any news that comes up, anything that's trending, and one of us happens to jump on it, we're going to go ahead and upload a video for those videos. So any upcoming things regarding Zack Snyder, regarding DC, regarding any type of geek news or anything that we're interested in, we're going to drop it. We call it one shots. So look for that. We're still working out the details as far as how we want to do it. But that's going to be our basically our news reporting section of the Lethal Geeks. So anything newsworthy, geek fandom, movies, TV, comics, all
any major story, any major story,
trailer reactions,
movie reviews. It's all going to be
anything that we feel cannot wait until the next episode. We're going to do a one shot on it, and then we'll follow up on it on the actual Lethal Geeks podcast.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it'll be recorded. And they will be recorded, so it won't be live streams.
Yeah.
It'll be recorded because we know that, like, we've been almost 4.5 hours, and we know time, it runs different on other sides of the world, and there's so much stuff that we want to talk with you guys, but let's just be real, we don't have enough time. So this helps us break it down that way, because we know all you guys want to know what's our take with the new trailer or this and that. So this is a way for us to give you our take on certain situations and what's going on fandom. So this was actually Charles's idea. So shout out to you, Charles.
Shout out to Charles.
Definitely, this is definitely something that's going to keep us more engaged. There's a lot more stuff that we want to keep integrating. We still want to do the film vault. There's so many things we're going to be integrating, but at least this is a good way to start. So to start the new year, 2025. So be expecting one shots very soon.
Yep, just be on the lookout, guys.
Be on the lookout. So final thoughts, gentlemen. Let's start with you, RawkTalks.
I don't even know where to start with the final thoughts. It's been a good stream, man. I think we covered a lot of ground tonight. We Charles, the way you broke down everything when it came to that Superman trailer, I think it was needed. I think I think this was a conversation that was well overdue. It needed to happen, and people needed to hear what you said tonight, dude. So I'm glad you did that. Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank everybody in the audience, everybody in the chat who hung out with us tonight, who just dropped a few comments here and there and let us know their thoughts. Even if you disagreed with us, I appreciate that you guys took the time to be here tonight and have this conversation. So thank you guys very, very much. And I will see you guys all again on the next episode.
All right.
Charles, your turn.
All right. Per usual, thank you guys. It was a really, really good stream. I'm probably gonna die after this stream.
Snyder got the lethal geeks
because yeah, she gonna kill me thanks to y'all. But anyway, yes. To pick up what what Rocks is saying, it was a much needed discussion. We had a lot that we needed to get off our chest, and I can be a little bit passionate sometimes. I know I can be intense sometimes, but when it is talking about something that that we love, has been rectified, that we love, you're gonna get that from me. Okay. Storytelling should not be limited to what you think the character's interpretation is, or what you believe the character's interpretation is. It's not about the character's core. It's not about who they are ideally. Okay. All we're talking about is telling a story and putting a character that you love with hope, optimism, determination, and all of these characteristics. We're talking about dropping a character in a world that tests that. Zack Snyder was a genius for thinking about that. And if you gave it a chance, and hopefully we will get a chance to see this end once and for all. But if we get the chance to see it, watch it. Take notes. Figure out what it is that you don't like about Zack Snyder, other than what other people told you. And I promise you, if you sit there and you watch that shit, and you watch his movies and you watch his films, you will love them, because you'll find that there's more to them. And I'm not talking about just Man of Steel. I'm talking about Watchmen. I'm talking about 300. Watch those
Sucker Punch.
Sucker Punch. Watch those films. Every single one of his films has a message in it, a good message. Okay. And they all revolve around telling the story and not making everything weird and political. That's what I love about Zack Snyder. He knows how to hit you in the heart. He knows how to tell a story and make you feel something. Now, if you're afraid to feel something, then that's okay. I get that. You just want the happy-go-lucky, funny stuff, and that's what you're used to. And give me an hour and 90 minutes of that, and I'm good to go. Okay, that's perfectly fine. But if you're interested in real story, if you're interested in finding out why Zack Snyder writes the way he writes, why he believes in the mythos, why he tells the story the way he tells it, watch one of his movies. He's telling you through the movie. Literally, all of his movies tells you exactly what you need to know. All you got to do is just pay attention. That's it. That's all I got. Phil?
Guys, thank you for all of you who stick with us. And I really didn't think that we'd get this far. And it kind of feels like longer than 6 months,
Because it's been a lot of work, man. It's been a
lot of work, yeah. And we've always said that we put fandom first. We're not shills. We're not scoopers. We are going to talk about what's going on. And I just want to remind people that we're here because you guys made it necessary. Because there are a lot of you guys. Go ahead.
I want to say, do you want to give them a little Easter egg tonight? Just to show them how far we've come. I figured maybe we could show them a little photo that you pulled up. And
oh yeah,
do you want to show them?
Yeah,
we can fill them in on what it was. And
yeah, go ahead. I'll look it up.
So
while I pull it.
All right. So while Phil's pulling up this picture, what it is, guys, is This was the concept that Phil had sent me when we had when Charles and Phil had decided to start a podcast. When they hit me up and said, "Hey, we want to start a podcast. This is our idea." This photo is what I was presented with, guys. So this was the original inception of the Lethal Geeks podcast. Do you have it, Phil?
Hold on. I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling because I put it in the chat this week.
So yeah, this photo that he's finding was the very first concept he had sent me. And it was that concept that made me say, no, let's do this. And then I came up with the Lethal Geeks logo.
He pulled a Snack Snyder on me, like, no, we do this. And I'm like, okay.
You got it, Phil?
Hold on. No, man. Where the fuck is it? I put it in the chat here. Why isn't it showing now? Is it being that? Dude, I mean, our chat is... Oh, there it is.
You found it? Okay.
All right. Sid Havoc.
Hey, man, hurry
I have that drop ready for you. Don't worry.
Look at that.
Simple Jack, the story of a mentally impaired farmhand who can talk to animals, was a box office disaster that many critics called one of the worst movies of all time.
I ain't got a good brain.
I think you've got a fine brain, Jack.
You make me happy.
But there it is, guys. This was the original inception of the Lethal Geeks podcast. This is where it all started.
I think it looks good. Simple Phil.
So, yeah, it's been a great journey. And again, we're going to be reaching out to all of you guys out there. So mindful that we are, mind you, that we are going to be extending an olive branch because there's a lot of people out there in the fandom that unfortunately have divided the fandom. And we've made it our mission to unite the fandom. A lot of shit happened, a lot of downfalls, people got hurt, people were betrayed. Get over it. Shake it up, swallow your prides, admit fault, and let's get fucking work.
We get it. That adult thing is hard to do, but you're an adult. Act like it. You're better off.
Exactly.
We're all better off.
Mm-hmm.
So.
All right. So, and I want to leave with this proposal, guys. We just helped David Ayer trend, and everybody in the fandom made that happen. The Restore crowd, the Cell crowd, the Release crowd, everybody. We made noise. And we're going to keep making noise because, again, we are fighting for our story to be finished because we need this. We need to see where it ends. And hopefully we've explained to all you guys why we're this passionate and we're not going to give up or move on like a lot of people are suggesting.
It's real simple.
We will move on.
To break it down real quick, to break it down, and then we need to roll. But to break it down, it's real fast. Just put yourself in our shoes. Whoever your favorite director is, favorite artist, favorite singer, whoever your favorite is, think about them being betrayed by a company they work for, and think about how you would feel about that. That you never get to see hear any more of their music again, or see any more of their TV shows.
And that almost happened.
So think about how that feels, and then you will then understand how we feel. Go ahead and do that thing, man.
So, happy holidays, everybody! Thank you again. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and I leave you guys with this little message for all of you out there. Say his name.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes till the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. And either we heal as a team, or we're gonna crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished. We're in hell right now, gentlemen. Believe me. And we can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell. 1 inch at a time. Now, I can't do it for you. I'm too old. I look around, I see these young faces, and I think, I mean, I made every wrong choice a middle-aged man can make. I pissed away all my money, believe it or not. I chased off anyone who's ever loved me. And lately, I can't even stand the face I see in the mirror. You know, when you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. You find out life's this game of inches. So is football. Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. Hell yeah. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We claw with our fingernails for that inch. Because we know when we add up all those inches, that's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing. Between living and dying. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that inch. And I know if I'm gonna have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now, I can't make you do it. You gotta look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now, I think you're gonna see a guy who will go that inch with you. Hell yeah. You're gonna see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're gonna do the same for him. That's the team, gentlemen. Hell yeah. And either we heal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you gonna do?